that are online. So welcome to our June 2024 CAG meeting. We have a mix of in-person and online members' attendance today. Thank you for being here in person or for joining us online. I have apologies for two members today, Rosa Aldea Busquets and Geoffrey Simpson. We also have a large representation of board members today, of technical advisors, as well as of observers in the room and maybe online. Thank you all for your interest in the CAG's work. That is very appreciated. Before we start, just let me run you through a few housekeeping matters. As always, for those online, when you're not speaking, keep your device on mute, please, and don't forget to unmute when you wish to speak. So without further ado, let's start the meeting. As briefly mentioned at our virtual March update to the CAG in April, I'm pleased to formally welcome 8 new members to their first official CAG meeting. These new members bring a diverse perspective from Latin America, Africa, South Asia, and the Middle East, as well as enhance our female representation and functional backgrounds on the CAG. Please join me in warmly welcoming them, both in person and virtually. And for those who are attending virtually, we sincerely look forward to meeting them in person at the next CAG meeting. I guess first and foremost now, it's time to approve the December CAG minutes, December 2023. So would you have any comments on those minutes? I don't see any flags up, so nobody's online. Raise their hand. So I guess the minutes, the December 2023 minutes are approved then. Now, a quick overview of the agenda for today. To start with, Ross will keep us up to date with the IPSASB work program so that we know what the IPSASBs hold in store for the next period. We'll then head towards our implementation issues session, and today we'll be discussing sustainability reporting implementation through 2 presentations. The first presentation that will walk us through the implementation of sustainability reporting standards in the private sector, be they IFRS's sustainability reporting standards or ESRS's, and the lessons that are worth being taken away. Then we will be taking through specifics of Brazil process for developing sustainability reporting or sustainability reports. Our more technical sessions will start just before lunch with the sustainability reporting project in the wake of the 2 presentations, with a view to discuss essentially transition and implementation of the future IPSAS sustainability reporting standard on climate-related disclosures. After lunch, to keep us awake and on alert, we'll comment on the project on the presentation of financial statements, and more specifically, presentation on the face of the statement of financial position. And last but not least, we'll discuss implementation guidance and examples for the natural resources project. And let's not forget our closed session at the end of the day. So with those introductory words, I'm turning to Ross, who's going to present the IPSASB program and technical director's report. And I also want to acknowledge, as always, the efforts put in the report back to the CAG. So Ross, over to you.
Thanks, Fabienne, and thank you to everybody for joining us today online, and those of you joined us in the room. Maybe just a plug from the staff that we're always happy to welcome CAG members in person, either for the CAG meeting itself, or if you want to join the board meeting to monitor for a couple of days as well afterwards. It's a lot of fun if you come in person for those of you who are joining online. So I highly recommend it. We'll almost always have a social session right after the CAG. It's a good opportunity to meet other colleagues, find out about their work, share more about your work. The discussions from the CAG often continue on the coffee breaks and the lunch breaks. So I know from a resources perspective, it's not always easy to get support to travel for a one-day meeting, but I can tell you, you won't be disappointed on what you get out of traveling to the meeting. So thank you for those who joined us in person, and hope more and more can start to join us at least one meeting in person each year, if not every meeting. So we're more than welcome, more the merrier. So I just wanted to give a little pitch before I get into the update from staff. So for those of you who are new and haven't been around the CAG meetings or the board meetings recently, I'm the program and technical director. I lead the staff team in all of our work supporting the board and its work and output, including the CAG. So I'm very happy to provide a very quick update on some of important activities that we've been working on and just how the CAG fits into the board's process. Next slide, please. The clicker doesn't seem to want to work. There we go. So the first point to highlight is that the CAG is a formal part of the IPSASB's oversight and due process and has a specific role for the IPSASB in its due process. And what it's really meant to do is to bring together a number of diverse groups and stakeholders and provide perspectives on the work of the IPSASB. So on the little slide here, I've got a little part of how due process works. So the Public Interest Committee is the oversight board for the IPSASB, and that's made up of representatives from the World Bank, OECD, IMF, and INTESAI. And the Public Interest Committee reviews the board's application of due process and whether its activities are within the public interest. And the CAG itself is a formal mechanism for the IPSASB to consult on its strategy and work program, significant issues through the development of its major projects, and significant issues that come back from comment letters. And again, we've got a slightly different process. You've just approved the minutes. The minutes are more of a transcription of what we hear in a CAG meeting. So the CAG itself doesn't need to have a consensus view on any issue. What it's really meant to do is that the board hears the various perspectives, staff documents those in the transcription that's the CAG minutes, and those minutes go directly into the report back that you can find at the end of my report, that we go through one by one and show how the board's considered each point in the development of each project. So the board doesn't have to accept every point it gets, but it does have to report back what it's done in considering it and the decision the board's made to take it forward. And I can tell you, and we'll talk about this more on the next slide, the CAG's made a major impact since we brought it in June 2016. You can see its footprint on all of our major projects in big strategic decisions, even technical considerations. And I think maybe the testament to the impact of the CAG from my perspective is those are in the room, if you turn around and look behind you, most of the people watching today are board members and technical advisors because they also find it interesting and they want to hear what the CAG has to say. And I remember the first CAG meeting in June 2016, I believe it was here in Toronto, that we had a couple of board members at that time joining the first meeting and a couple more at the next one, but you started to notice a high number of board members and technical advisors coming on a regular basis and adjusting their travel. And I think, it is interesting to hear the perspectives that we'll hear today, and we hear at every meeting. So, and kudos to the CAG for asking the tough questions and giving us things to think about in the projects. I can tell you the staff take it very serious, and I know the board does as well. And maybe just the final point to say on the process is that's why you've got Fabienne, who, as the chair, attends all of the board meetings, and she sits at the table and she'll share perspectives that she's heard from various CAG meetings. And she's got a running list of discussions that go back to the beginning of time that staff have prepared for her and Thomas used to keep as the CAG chair and hand it over to Fabienne. And Fabienne will raise points related to CAG perspectives during the actual ongoing board discussions, so they're not forgotten. Staff document them and use them in our work, bring them to our task force meetings, discuss them. And sometimes board members themselves will even say, hey, I heard something interesting at the CAG yesterday. Let's think about this. And as you take it forward. So it is really a dialogue and a two-way street with the board and going and asking questions, and then the CAG raising issues that the board should think about. So it's a really important role. It might only be 2 days a year, but I can tell you it makes a really big impact on the work of the board. And from the staff perspective, we thank everybody for their engagement on the CAG. And as I said at the beginning, we hope to continue to see members showing up in person as much as possible and, getting strong attendance at each CAG meeting. I'm clearly challenged with the clicker today. So I won't go through every point on here, but I did highlight in my report, several of the projects that we're working on right now and the different touch points and impacts the CAG has impacted on. So one of the documents that the CAG heavily impacted on is the printout that was left around the room, the updated IPSASB conceptual framework. And if you want more than one, let us know. We have some extra printed copies, and if you want one for your home office and your work office, you can have 2 copies. We're trying to make sure that everybody who has a printed version can have one, and we don't want to have a number of extra ones here. So just ask if you want more. But the reason I flagged that is that was a long-running project that ran alongside our revenue and transfer expenses projects that were heavily influenced for CAG debates throughout their development. But the conceptual framework was one of the areas where we did talk to the CAG on several of the issues, either through those projects or the conceptual framework itself, where the CAG members were quite helpful. The other one I wanted to flag on this slide was the consultation on our 2024 to 2028 strategy and work program. We have talked to the CAG several different times in the development of that consultation, and we've got the special session we've set up for July 16th to give CAG members the opportunity to feedback some thoughts on some of the updates. And the board will be discussing the first review of responses to that consultation during this meeting, and we've also got all the input from the regional roundtables that will be feeding into those discussions. So again, that's a really important strategic initiative that's going to shape the board of the work of the board for the next 5 years. And then the other items on here, I won't go into a lot of detail because we're going to talk about those this afternoon. You'll hear more about it. But I can tell you right from the beginning of climate, our presentation and disclosures project, and on natural resources way back in 2017, the CAG's really been asking the tough questions that have helped shape the strategic direction of the project, as well as some of the key technical issues that we've been discussing. And then we'll go into the implementation sessions in a bit, but IPSAS 33 is an interesting project. It is just a narrow scope update and a minor project, but that project has been heavily impacted by those implementation of IPSAS 33 in particular, but the sessions the CAG's held over the last couple of years, where we've had different jurisdictions talk about their implementation of the IPSAS, and even some of those presenters being included on the task force that's been developing that work. So with that, that brings me to the end of my quick update. Happy to take any questions or comments. Over to you, Fabienne.
Thank you, Russ. I must say, I quite like the addition of the CAG section on the CAG's role in the due process. I'm confident that this helps us CAG members to know where we stand in the due process. So much appreciated. Thank you. With that, do you have any questions for Russ or comments on the work program? So I guess you've been very clear, Russ. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I continue. Okay. So nobody wants to step in online or in the room. Okay, fine. Do you want to add something?
Just going to say, obviously, anytime throughout the day or the week, if you want to talk about anything in particular, you can always grab me. I love talking about accounting and the work of the board.
Okay, so now let's launch our implementation issues session. So let me first introduce Werner Schatz, who's going to be our first presenter today, and he's joining online today. Bernard is currently Director Sustainability and Public Sector Reporting at PwC. He supports entities in the preparation of sustainability reports in compliance with ISSB, GRI, and ESRS standards. Bernard was a board member until 2021 and is now a representative of the IPSASB on the ISSB Transition Implementation Group. Welcome, Bernard. Is everything okay from your end?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Can I hear you? Over to you then.
Thank you. I believe you can already see the slides. Is that correct? Yes, wonderful. Nodding heads. That's good. So thanks for having me. Thanks for the introduction, Fabienne. I got the assignment to share with you some of the experiences and challenges we see in the private sector when it comes to sustainability reporting, as well as maybe some linkages and points to be noted for the public sector. So to help your thinking in the development when you support the IPSASB in their development of sustainability reporting standards. I really tried to keep it brief, but maybe tense. So more than happy to get your questions and reaction afterwards. So it's intentional to get some discussion in, and please don't be shy. Let me know if there's anything you want to discuss or anything you want to have more details on. So Fabienne, thankfully, you already addressed some of what's already on this slide. So on the left side, you see what Fabienne already told you, my history with the IPSASB, my current role with PwC. So the only thing I guess I have to add is that before joining PwC, I've been in the public administration of Austria for quite a while, Ministry of Finance, Court of Auditors. So I might be familiar with some of the challenges you are facing as well from my own shoes. In the middle of the slide, you'll also see logos of the reporting frameworks we usually work with, and we work with clients. So it's not only sustainability reporting side, it's also financial reporting side. And we believe that there is a big interlinkage and a big benefit to that, and we'll come to that in a second. But what you also see, and maybe that's a bit of a tiny graph, so apologies for that, but I think it brings across the message is that already sustainability reporting is spreading the globe. So these are highlighted countries who either have a mandatory sustainability reporting in place for the private sector, which is basically Europe, and then you have countries who are in the process of establishing a mandatory sustainability reporting for the private sector alongside the standards of the ISSB, the IFRS. And you have already IOSCO, so the entity who is the Association of Regulators, financial regulators around the globe, who also already said that they think ISSB standards are a great foundation for when they are considering what are requirements for their work. So you can see it really spreads the globe. It's a fast-paced development at the moment. So I think it's just right about time for IPSASB to enter the stage and make it even more complete. And as you will see in the presentation, I think it's a really very important addition to what we see in the private sector standards. So without further ado, what do we really see as kind of a best practice in the private sector? So the first point I want to emphasize is really that this is a journey. So if you are on the perception as a private sector entity that you got it all figured out and this is not a problem for you, then probably you are on the wrong track already. So it is comprehensive, it is complex, it needs really attention, it needs capacity. And if you're aware of that, that's a good thing as a starting point. What I really see a lot, and I think this makes a whole lot of sense, is if companies and corporates really rely on public data and public information for their reporting, it really helps, firstly, their understanding. It really helps to keep the report neutral. So if you're not kind of doing your own climate scenario assessment within the firm, but you rather rely on the information that's put out there by the United Nations or other organizations, it really helps your reporting. And it also helps, you know, the report to be more understandable, more comparable So the use of public information, in my experience, really is key to make the report a high quality report. The other issue I would want to stress is really that, and maybe it's even more important than it would be for financial reporting, you have to be engaged in a very direct dialogue and communication with the stakeholders. Why is that the case? So some of the frameworks on sustainability reporting have something which they call a materiality assessment, which basically means that the entity and its stakeholders have to decide on what are the crucial topics to report on. So we might not be that familiar with that from a financial perspective. So usually you don't do that with finances. So either you have a transaction or you don't have it. So you do not kind of do a materiality assessment with stakeholders whether they want to see fixed assets. But that's one of the significant differences in the reporting schemes between non-financial and financial reporting. The more direct it is, the better you have an understanding on what is actually the management issue you're trying to address. And I'll give you some insights we've seen a lot in the past with the stakeholder engagements, was that, for example, you send out a questionnaire to the stakeholders with 80 plus questions on whether they feel that child labor is important to them, or whether climate change, carbon dioxide emissions are important to them. And basically what we saw is actually, well, you will get back a lot of questionnaires from your employees and from probably some of your customers or suppliers. So you might get back some biased information, basically. So this is why we see really best practices now being involving stakeholders in a direct communication, asking them about their opinions, what drives their thinking, what major concerns to them. So really get a good understanding on where they are and what role do you actually play for them in their operational thinking. So this is something we also see. And then I also would say that what's really important is when you use existing frameworks, and as I had on the first slide, that actually a couple already, that's totally fine. And if you look at the standard setters, they start referencing each other. So if you look at the ESRSs, they will mention GRI, they will mention ISSB. If you look at ISSB, they will mention GRI, they will mention ESRSs. So which is great, because I think it is a foundation of interoperability. But at the same time, it is really important to understand the differences between those frameworks and what it actually would mean to incorporate some of that thinking into your report. So you could say, for example, if the ISSB's perspective is more of a financial investor-driven perspective, as it's outlined in their standards, then it makes sense to take that as an input on that perspective, but it might not qualify in the same way if you think about other stakeholders like the interested public or your employees. So they might have different perspectives and different priorities when it comes to information. So that's a really important point. And another issue I'd like to raise is also that it should be a balanced report, because depending on where you're coming from, a lot of clients we work with, they had a sustainability reporting element or even a report in the past, but it was more drafted from a communications perspective. So they wanted to highlight basically the good they were doing, and there's nothing wrong with that. But they didn't talk that much about the challenges and, let's say, the resources they might need or the struggles they might have. And when you look at the reports and frameworks that are around now, they really require a much more balanced perspective. And that kind of leads me also to the point that why is that the case? Because a lot of reporting frameworks now make the interlinkage to the financial statement. So they actually really ask, so if that's your perspective on sustainability, on the challenges that lie ahead, on your progress you are making, how does this translate to your asset valuation? How does this translate to your presentation of liabilities? And I think it's a very important perspective, but it's a challenging one. So if you already keep that kind of connection in mind once you start the journey, I think that's a very good and important point to stress. And then the last point I want to address here really is that there is a balance between the timeliness and the capacity. So what we see with sustainability reporting standards is that they really move fast, which is a matter of urgency if we look at the challenges they want to address. But at the same time, if you would look like on the side of financial reporting and financial standards, we are used to a very different pace. So usually we have more time in developing the standards, we have more time in implementing the standards, and we have more time in building capacity to actually perform on the standards. So that is an obvious mismatch, and I think a good standard really addresses that, not in a sense to say, well, I don't have a capacity and therefore I can't draw up a report. So that's not the connection I'm making. It's more really about the cognizance of whether you are actually already at the heart of the issues, whether you have a good understanding of your role. I'll get to that in a minute. But really be transparent about where you are and whether you are kind of in a holistic perspective already, or you're just starting on let's say, understanding issues, identifying issues. That's a very different role. And depending, also what we see in the markets, depending on your complexity, your size, stakeholders, and again, this goes back to the direct communication with stakeholders, they have a valid expectation that you will be able to report on those issues in a high quality manner, depending what kind of entity you are. But it's really important to also be transparent about the information you don't have, or you try to achieve to have at some point in time, to make a better decision or to have a better perspective on your risks and opportunities. So this is what we really see, a good balanced report. And I mean, what you always get asked as a consultant in one of the first meetings is like, so what is best practice, right? And the fair answer would be, well, there is none, right? So you have a lot of entities struggling for the first time to comply with reporting standards like that. So what we could say is, actually, if you want best practice, be the best practice, because that's the only way to really set the standard at the moment in the markets. But of course, and we do see entities who really, invest in that and think it's important to them, and they come up with really good reports. So there will be best practice in a more common sense soon, but currently still there is a little evidence of very good reports you could point to if entities ask you about that. So coming to that, what are the challenges? And I wanted to highlight to you a couple of points. So I think the first one really addresses capacity. I just mentioned that earlier. So it's not just staff quantity, it's also quality. It's a new topic, right? You need somebody who basically immediately reads into the new legislation and discussions and follows that, and tries to be up to date as good as they can. But you also need enough people to really do the work. And again, the scope of work you have to do really depends also on the communication with your stakeholders, on the issues identified, on your ambition in terms of what do you want the world to know about yourself. But it's also about training and education. So usually what we see a lot in entities is that they have a small staff who is really dedicated to sustainability reporting, but they struggle to get the attention of, let's say, the standard operation procedures of finance, of controlling, of operations, of the management team, because they might not be trained and educated enough in terms of where's the decision making done in the firm, and what kind of information do we really know, needs to know in order to make a decision. So that's important. Then of course, sustainability reporting always also is about data and information, the collection process associated with that. So it really depends then on the scope of the entity, whether you are more national or more international, whether you are a complex entity or rather more simple in that sense. So those are challenges as well, but they are really a question of how did you answer the first questions in terms of what is to report and what is your stakeholder expectation, basically. There's a big point in consistency. And the first one really is on the principles and assumptions, because this is what I mentioned earlier. A big change in sustainability reporting is that now you have to be consistent with your financial reporting and your non-financial reporting and the principles and assumptions you used there, right? So if you have a certain perception of, let's say, a region in the world in the financial report, it should not contradict how you talk about that region in the sustainability report, and vice versa. So it's really important to check that that's your thinking and your logic in those reports, in the publications you do as a corporate, are consistent. And also, I think what really changed a lot is this perspective on what are your claims, your views, your targets. So how outspoken are you with your ambitions? And we, at least in my jurisdictions, had a lot of cases recently where, former claims of a sustainability report, they went to court basically, and they got sued for being misleading, right? So probably terms you've heard a lot, like we're gonna be carbon neutral by 2035. So that in itself is a misleading statement, because with what kind of plan, what kind of sensitivity, what kind of data, what kind of information, what kind of governance mechanism, right? It's a very short claim you're putting out there, and this is really dangerous, and clients start to learn that pretty quickly. And then the other thing really is the methodology you use, and I brought an example for a greenhouse gas emission balance, because that's one of the very common data points you have to comply with. There's a couple of methods on how to compile a balance like that. And what we see a lot with clients is that, the method that allows you to report on the greenhouse gas emissions might not be the same method that might help you to understand whether you can achieve your targets. And I'll talk to you in a minute on what I really mean. But if there is an inconsistency in methodology, it might limit you in terms of targets, perspectives, measures in the reporting. And of course, availability of information. And this is addressing internal as well as external information. So of course, you need to know about, if you want to learn about sustainability risks of your operations, you need to have external information like weather forecast data, climate scenarios, stuff like that. But you also need internal information like what are the current practices, the current building standards, what is going on in your operations currently, if there's heavy rain, for example. So there's really a lot of information to digest and to process. And this is what takes me to the upper side of the slide. And this is taken actually from the materiality assessment of the ESRSs, but I think it's a really good step-by-step process. So the first step always is, do you really understand the issue? So if we talk about climate change, do we really understand what that means? What it not only means conceptually, but what it means for my region, for my operations, for the policies I have to design. And then you have to identify really the opportunities, the risks associated, maybe the impacts you have. And then you have to assess them, because not all of them might have the same weight, the same importance, the same priority. So there is an assessment to be made, a judgment to be made. And for those who are important and material and needs management, you would have to integrate that into your thinking, your management cycle, your responsibilities within your entity. And sadly, this process is not stopping here, but you have to repeat that process. You have to continue to evaluate new information, new data, see what others are doing, and react and update again on that cycle. And in the next element, there is really this, what you might be familiar with, what the TCFD is always asking for. So governance, who is responsible ultimately? And if it's more people, like we might see in the public sector from time to time, how do they actually come to decisions, right? Is there a mechanism, a process in place, how those people take decisions? And this is part of the reporting for third parties to better understand how we use an entity come to the decisions. And then, of course, what's the strategy, right? So now you identified the issues, you built it up, your understanding, how do you position yourself as an organization to the topics you need to address. So that's the strategy part. And of course, also the risk management. So because particularly sustainability related information always also has risks, of course. But I think we also should stress there are always also opportunities associated with that. And what is important as well in the corporate world is that you have the proper metrics then to really measure your success of managing those issues. And I think this is maybe something where we see that a lot of clients, sometimes they really jump into the data collection process head first and think about whether do we have the data before they might think, well, do we actually need the data in order to measure our risk or opportunity or the impact we are having. So this always should be at the heart of the decision making, because otherwise you're you're getting a graveyard of information, of data, and nobody's going to read that, and nobody's going to be interested in that. So I think it's really important to always look at metrics as having a purpose of management. In the stakeholder discussion, there's also challenges associated, particularly around those silent stakeholders. So this could be nature, for example, but it also could be, for example, maybe a nonprofit organization or another entity where emotions are running really high and you actually are not able to address them in a proper way that you could get some feedback in that sense. So we already had clients who said, well, we tried to talk to those entities, but we didn't get anything back we could really work with. And I also want to mention that, you know, authorities and administrations might be also part sometimes of silent stakeholders, right? So if you address the authorities in your region on a certain topic and they're not going to answer you for a while, then that's a silent stakeholder. So that's something where companies are really struggling sometimes to get a proper information, a proper feedback from what we've seen. And then I think an important point, but this is also maybe close to the heart of an accountant anyways, is that since we are at the beginning of a journey, everything is in flux, everything is under development, restatements are inevitable. So there will be the case that in your initial report, you might be misjudging a certain topic, or you might not fully understand a certain piece of information, and you might have to get back to that in a later report and update your thinking, your knowledge, and what you put out to the public. And this is, I think, particularly important for entities. So we always try to advise them to be cautious and prudent in that sense, and not to kind of overreact in the first report on what they can achieve or how they see the world, because there will be new information available really soon. And what I wanted to highlight with the table in the middle of the slide is basically, this is an illustrative example of an airline greenhouse gas emission balance I used in an earlier presentation. But this would be part of the reporting element, right? So you would see that kind of table. And the big question is, what does it actually say? So everybody can read the numbers. We can read the scope 1, 2, 3 emissions. And then I think that's already something maybe not everybody's familiar with. So you might need to understand that scope 1 is actually fuel or other sources you burn in your operations yourselves. Scope 2 is the energy you buy, so you acquire from a third party. And scope 3 emissions is basically upstream and downstream the value chain. So the energy that is needed to actually get materials to your operations or the products you produce, the emissions they produce, for example. So that's important to understand, because otherwise the table really doesn't make any sense. And then the question, like I addressed, is what was the methodology used to compile the information? And there's, for example, in the greenhouse gas protocol, a couple of options you can choose from. So you could either measure your greenhouse gas emissions by your spending. So you would have how much money did you spend in a certain region of the world, and then there is a compiled indicator on what would the emission intensity be for that spending in that region typically, and you multiply and you come up with a figure and you can report the figure. But if you now want to have a reduction target for that particular area, the only way to reduce that would be either to reduce spending, which for corporates might not always be a good choice because you want to be a growing company and spending is part of that. Or you will have to hope that the multiplier that was actually calculated by a third party is lower than in the previous periods. So that's not a very good management principle. So if you are looking to reduce your greenhouse gas emissions, you would have to need primary data input information, for example. And this is what I meant with be careful what kind of methodology you put, because it might limit you or help you. Of course, there's always advantages and disadvantages. And then I think there's also a very important element in the table, which is basically emissions is always energy consumption, and energy consumption is always also cost, right? So if we are now trying to reduce the scope 1 emissions of the airline, that means that the energy cost should go down, right? Because the engines might be more efficient or the airplanes might not be that heavy. So stuff like that. So there is actually immediately an interlinkage into the financials of the entity. So I think there's no way of sustainability reporting without also considering the financial side of things. And then I guess an also important message is always, can you achieve those goals on your own, right? So if we talk now about this airline and we say, well, they have a plan and the plan is to reduce 20% of their emissions by having more efficient planes, right? So that's nice. But the question is, who's going to do the research for that? Who's going to sell those types of planes? At what point in time? For what price? Right? So if you do not know those kinds of elements, or at least you do not have an estimate, you cannot have any judgment on whether the plan of the company is really realistic and reliable. So there's a lot of context to be provided in those sustainability reports in order for people to make them understandable. And the same goes for the reliable transition plan. So I think it is a complex matter. So I think you have seen that from the presentation so far. So it's really important to be focused, and it's important at the same time really to give context and not to let's say have a too limited approach in how you compile your information in the first place. So for me personally, what are the takeaways for the public sector? So when we talk with our clients, I mean, what you immediately see is, if we talk about sustainability related issues, those are global problems, right? So there's not the one entity who can solve it, or the one entity who has the mandate to make it go away. It's a huge collaboration of thousands of entities across the globe to basically make that happen. And that's a challenge, of course. And at the same time, everybody's impacted, right? So if my Austrian airline is not doing a good job in reducing emissions and having a sustainable business model, me as a customer might be affected, but everybody else is also be affected because they have their fair share in emissions, right? Or they might not be able to land at certain locations, and then actually other regions are also affected. And what we also see when we talk with our companies and corporates is, I mean, usually they are innovators, they are transformational machines. That's what companies do, right? They adjust, that's their job. But they also have their limitations. And I think there's a unique set of strengths among the sectors of private sector, of public sector, of households, of the financial sector. And I think if we do not leverage all those unique strengths in a positive and in a reliable way, we might not be successful. So I think it's really important to think about what can the customer really decide, what is the responsibility of the corporate, what is the responsibility of the public administration or of the financial sector, what do they best, basically, and no other is doing it better than them, and that should be the focus of their attention, basically. How that looks like, I think this is also important. There will be different solutions on different parts of the world and different jurisdictions with different cultures and different backgrounds. So there's not this kind of silver bullet that will fix it. I'm from the European continent, so we have a very strong regulatory perspective on that. We have governments who have a very strong opinion on what's their role. But that's not going to be the only opinion around the globe. So that's totally fine. But I guess the question is, how do you see your role as a government? How do you see your role as a corporate in solving these issues and solving those problems? I mean, what I really see when working with the clients, what they really need from the public sector is high quality information. I think this is something, and I mentioned it earlier, you have a lot of reports from the United Nations, but you might also need a local information on the energy mix the country is using, or on investment plans or subsidy programs. So those types of information company really need in order to be in an informed position to make a decision and actually formulate the plan they can achieve. So if they do not have this kind of information, it's going to be impossible for them. And I think it's also fair to expect the public sector to be transparent about their own expectations and their own plans, right? So we always had also the discussions with corporates when they see this actually takes a lot of money to change, and there is an inherent risk in kind of using any technology. They immediately ask themselves, well, am I going to be the only person or the only entity carrying that risk? And if you ask the public sector, and what's coming back is, well, maybe you are, maybe you're not. We are in a decision-making process ourselves, so please stay in the line for a couple of months or years. We'll get back to you. That might not be helpful for the corporates to really do their decision making and commit also to sustainability themselves. So I think this is really important. And the other one is really also the question on who should actually engage with each other, right? So is it the corporate and the customer, or is it actually the private sector and the customer? So there's a question on who is the strong alliance here to really support the sustainability topics identified, and just brought two quick examples to illustrate that. So I think we discuss a lot, rightfully so, about biodiversity. And if you look at the landscape of countries, you will see that actually in many countries, there's not really an updated plan on what actually biodiverse sensitive areas are, or where they are, or what is the long-term plan for that. So in Europe, we had now a huge discussion about the European nature restoration law, which basically said governments would have to rebuild their endangered biodiversity zones. And the question now is, what does that mean? Is it actually a limitation on real estate companies? Is it a limitation on agricultural companies? So what is actually the impact? What is the plan? And as long as there is no plan, companies are not going to be able to make a decision in order to support biodiversity. So they are just lacking that crucial piece of information. What is the public sector doing? What is the households maybe doing in order to really commit themselves? And it's similar in the transition to climate change. So if you would want to switch from a certain technology, which might be using fossil fuels, to renewable energies, questions you're going to ask yourself is, how available will this technology be in my regions I'm active, right? So it might be very accessible in a couple of my regions, but not in others. And then the question becomes, is this a viable strategy if I'm expanding in exactly those areas who are maybe not having the same accessibility for those technologies? But also, again, transition cost. Is it going to be the corporate itself, which is totally fine, but then they need to know? Or will there be public programs supporting the transition? And then again, I think commitment is always important to them, to really help them to make up their minds as well. And then also, it's also capacity. I mean, maybe just the last little story around that is, we had a conversation with people from the city of Vienna and the social housing department, and they basically said, if they want to go away from fossil energy production in the social housing system, they basically would have to hire each and every plumber in Austria for 15 years, because it's still the lack of people with that knowledge and labor capacity that limits them actually in transitioning. So that might also be an interesting element in whether we are actually having operational capacity or education systems that are really prepared to support climate sustainability issues in the way they should. So those are just a couple of ideas, and I hope there was some new elements for you, some interesting elements for you. But I'm more than happy to take any questions or discussions or comments or remarks you might have.
Thank you very much, Bernard, for this very comprehensive presentation and a lot of food for thoughts. I noticed that you have questions on your slide. Sorry. Okay, yeah.
Should I bring up again?
Ringing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Bernard? Yeah.
Yes.
So again, thank you for your very comprehensive presentation. I noticed that you have 2 questions in your slides. Just wanted to check with you whether you wanted to go through those questions or just have comments from the members.
Yeah, I mean, more than happy to just bring them up again to refresh the memory. So what I was particularly interested in is if you have experiences from your regions, right, on the challenges surrounding the implementation of sustainability reporting, and maybe this question on the best practice, right? Because everybody is desperate for some entity to be the one entity who shows the way, right? And I think obviously this is challenging because it's unknown territory, it needs extra capacity. But if you can identify entities who'll be willing to take the lead in those issues, I think it's incredibly helpful for everybody else. So those were the 2 questions I incorporated into the slides. But again, more than happy to take yours or have comments or any reactions you might have.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I now open the floor for questions or comments from CAG members.
Excuse me, may I ask the question?
Okay, so that's David, if I can see quickly. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Bernard. Nice to see you again. Nice to see you, everyone, colleagues. Bernard, it's always a pleasure to listen to your presentations. It's been very useful and comprehensive as always. I was wondering, I was just thinking, if you can share your thoughts, what should be the key strategic objectives, kind of a strategic objectives for the sustainable reporting project in the next 5 years? So to say, let's say, for example, with the particular focus on the public sector. Your presentation on the implications and the challenges in the private sector is really useful, and actually it inspired me to have some ideas on my question, and I think, and I want to share it with you, and perhaps you can further implement it. I mean, about the key strategic objectives, what should they be in the next 5 years, so to say. I assume it is the first and foremost, it is about the alignment with the global standards. I mean, this IPSAS sustainable reporting standards with the global frameworks, and the comparability across the jurisdictions is something that might be recommended in this period. Also, perhaps the enhancing the transparency and the accountability, because the goal of this enhancing the transparency in the public sector by providing comprehensive and reliable reporting information, sustainable reporting information, might also be needed to be promoted further. You mentioned the capacity building needs, and I think the same applies to the public sector, building capacity within the public sector entities to understand and also implement the sustainability reporting. Without this capacity, it's going to be quite challenging. I mean, when I speak about the capacity, I think it is firstly the training programs, workshops, guidance materials, whatever it is, and the stakeholder engagement that you also mentioned, because without this continuous engagement with this stakeholder, it's going to be quite difficult to ensure the standards meet their needs and address their concerns, which is the most important part of it. I think this also should be a cornerstone of the project's kind of a strategic objectives. Would you agree with all of these, or would you have some other thoughts in mind on these strategic objectives?
I think it's a perfect summary of it. The only thing I would mention is start. So like you said, I think it's the stakeholder question, it's the capacity, and also the question of alignment. But if you wait until this is perfect, you're going to be too late. So I think this might be particularly challenging for public entities, right? Because you always have this issue on public perception, which is maybe it's easier for a corporate because they have let's say a smaller stakeholder group or smaller reference group. They have to think about. But I think that I just would add start to your list. But I think it was a perfect summary.
Yeah, and building on what you just said, I think also the establishment of the mechanisms to assess the long-term impact of the sustainability from the very starting point, the long-term impact of the sustainability reporting on the public sector performance, and also the decision-making might also be recommended. It's also long-term impact assessment kind of related things.
Maybe just the only issue as well is, I think, if you focus on the stakeholder engagement really on things that might be unique to the public sector in your region. So like we said, education and training, if the public sector basically is the dominant training and education source, they need to have an answer, right? If we talk about precise and timely information, and you need, let's say, some satellite programs for that, right? So what is the government doing in that space, or do you rely on the private sector to solve that? Just be clear in your expectations and in your perceptions, and it will help people to make up their mind and make the decisions.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you.
you, David, for your comments, and thank you, Bernard, for the very instructive exchange. I noticed Ram wanted to step in, so Ram, if you want to go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for a very nice presentation. This is a new area. We all are evolving. Two, three basic things which I would like to say is that one is the reporting format. Because when you measure something for the country as a whole or area as a whole. So if the reporting formats are not uniform, then how do you ensure that the whole data which is collected is consolidated and summarized, and you know for the country as a whole that what are the issues? The second related question is that is this a voluntary disclosure, or it is something which is backed by a law that it has to be complied with? Because if it is voluntary, then perhaps the enforcement part would be very difficult, because everyone will not suo moto go ahead. Because as you rightly said, it involves time, cost, and money. So if someone has to do it, then perhaps there has to be some requirement. And if it is a requirement, what is the mechanism to ensure that this requirement works? Because even it is a requirement, then someone is not following, then what do you need to do to see that it is being followed? And the most important part, which you also mentioned, is the quality of data. This is very important, because if it is a suo moto declaration or something, someone is doing it, how do you ensure that the quality of data is something which can be the basis of your decision making? Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
Should I
Bernard.
answer, or do you want to collect some questions?
Okay, so I'll go to Agnieszka then, and then go back to you, Bernard.
Hello, Bernard. Nice to see you, although on the screen. I would like to take advantage of the fact that you have both perspectives, public sector and private sector. And there's one question that popped out in my mind while you were presenting. Sorry if you tackled on that and I missed that out. But the characteristic of the sustainability reporting is that it has kind of a domino effect or spillover effect, because the entities that are obliged to report right now, so in European Union, that would be a group of corporates reporting under SRSS, they have spillover effect because they have their value chains. So they have to collect data from their value chains, or both upstream and downstream. So my question would be, while you're working with your clients, can you observe that the public sector entities are actually a part of a value chain of a corporate that will be responsible for reporting? Is that something that actually takes place in practice, and whether those public sector entities will be obliged to collect some data for the purpose of the reporting of the corporate, that they are the part of their value chain, probably as clients more than as suppliers? But is that something that you can observe in practice? Thank you.
Thank you, Agnieszka. Back to you, Bernard.
Yeah, thanks for those questions. I might start with the reporting format and the question on whether all the entities are aligned. So, you know, the private sector, I would say it's rather simple, because you have a consolidated entity once you have controls that all the accountants are familiar with, and that entity will use the same format and the same, you know, the reporting will be basically designed from the mother entity, and then it will be pushed down to the other entities. And I think maybe that's an important element, because sometimes you also have this misconception with the clients to say, well, if I don't have to report, then that's fine, I don't have to do anything. And that's not really true, because even if you are having a consolidated entity that is doing the final reporting, you will have to do your fair share of data collection and also doing parts of the narrative reporting. So I think that's a thought we also might have in the public sector, right? So even if we would think about the country as a whole, we would need feedback, you know, from the single entities on their issues, be it operational or policy-wise, in order to have a whole perspective. So I think this is kind of what we see in the private sector as well. And on the voluntary disclosure, I mean, 100% I agree with you. If you have the arm of let's say, the mandatory reporting and the enforcement is associated with that, of course, this creates a lot of energy, to put it like that, to be compliant, right? But what we also see is that even in a voluntary setting, if the stakeholder relationship is strong enough, it could be enough to help entities overcome the cost and the struggle. Because, you know, if your predominant investor or bank is telling you, well, I really love investing in you and being a financial partner, but if I can't assess the risk associated to that in a full perspective, I'm struggling to maintain that relationship, right? So in that scenario, even maybe a voluntary standard might be effective. And on the quality of data, yes, 100% with you. I think the only issue is this will need to improve. So if we wait for perfect information to report on those topics, then I think it's going to be too late, quite frankly. And if you give enough information on the measurement uncertainties surrounding the data you put out there and the quality, that might be enough for others to, again, have a good consideration on how they can judge the report and what they can take for granted and where there's maybe a grain of salt needed. Agnieszka, you're right on the spillover effect on the value chain. So definitely we see that, you know, the public sector is getting into the value chain of private sector entities who have to report on. And frankly, depending on the jurisdictions, some of the private sector entities who will have to report on might be public sector entities, right? Because you have SOEs in the energy sector, for example, or the infrastructure sector, which usually are easily large enough to cut those thresholds. And then you get all the governance questions as well for the public sector. So how's the decision making? How's the regulation actually? So that there is definitely some spillover in that. And you're right, it's more maybe also on the side of procurement than it is usually on whether you're supplying those entities with materials or labor or anything like that.
Thank you, Bernard. I'll next go to Ada first, then Sheila.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and very insightful. I had two comments, which was a different type of spillover impact, because when we talk about corporate, as you rightly said, complex but easier to manage. How are governments in Europe, in their own sustainability reporting, ensuring that corporate entities are being compliant with the European sustainability requirements? There is one. And then I put on my development hat, which is now when we look at sustainability reporting requirements to development agencies, some of it counter the actual impact and adaptation that you want to achieve at country level. I take global health, for example. A lot of the life-saving treatment have a significant environmental impact. While we will report it at global level around our share of emission, governments at the country level are not yet even gear up around how do they then manage that in their own reporting around the impact of those climate actions to their own environment. How do we, because there's also the positive impact and the negative outcome from a sustainability standpoint. What has been your experience in balancing these two, especially in the developing countries? Over.
Thank you, Ada. Sheila?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. One, in your experience, who in the entity, either the government or the private company, is responsible? The top person responsible for, like the chief financial officer is obviously responsible for the financial statements. Are they going to? Do you foresee they're also going to be responsible for the, this report? And, is this like a whole new department that government entities create, new positions? And then I'm just a little bit nervous about the acceptance of the standards in relation to that board is, this board is an international public sector accounting standards board, and are people going to be willing to accept, in essence, non-accounting standards from a accounting standards board?
Thanks, Shannon. Bernard, over to you.
Yeah, thanks for those questions. Really interesting ones. So maybe on the question of enforcement, basically, how do European countries make sure that those reports are balanced and fair? So with the European system, there comes mandatory reporting. So if a corporate is putting out the sustainability report, it has to be audited. Also, it is limited assurance by the time now, but it should grow into reasonable assurance in a couple of years. So they want to make sure that actually the audit profession has a look at that. But you also have, and I think this is really important as well, you have it in the European system of enforcement authorities when it is about the capital markets information. So, and again, this is maybe out of scope for the discussions of the IPSASB, because how the standards might be implemented into the jurisdictions, of course, remains with the jurisdictions. But having it placed into the management report was a really crucial step, because it became part of the general purpose financial statement, the reports. And therefore, also the enforcement authorities have a look at that. And at least in my jurisdiction in Austria, I can testify that they really take a close look at that, and they're very, very strong and forceful in how they look at what corporates are doing, and that actually is true and fair what they are saying. And that also kind of leads me to your second point, because you are perfectly right. I mean, there is no solution which is not kind of having its risks or challenges in other areas, right? And I think the first point would be to acknowledge that. So even if you would change to a new technology and we would have renewable energy, we should be transparent about the risks that are associated with that, be it, let's say, business continuity, or be it the raw materials we might need in order to make the transition. So I think it's just what you said. I think it has to be part of the report, this kind of balanced view that, for the one good you're doing, there might be a bad or a risk on the horizon you need to manage. So if that's actually in the report, I think it would be a perfect report. And to the question, actually, who is in charge? I mean, what we really see, and this is a European perspective, but we see the topic really getting to the CFO at the moment. And not only because it is part of the financial reporting, but also it is really about the impact on the business model of the corporate. So the question really becomes, sustainability information helps you have an understanding on whether the particular business model in the particular entity will be around in the next 20, 30 years, or whether you should be concerned as an outside stakeholder about also their financial situation, not purely their sustainability information. And there we see a really strong push to the CFO level at the moment. You also had the question on the new development, so whether it's a new department. Well, usually it starts as a new department, but what we see is that it remains in a coordination function, because what the standards usually require is risk management. So that's the risk management department. They require a report. So you might have a reporting and controlling department. So that's them. So you can see that a lot of the functions that sustainability information requires already is in the entity, right? So a controller can collect financial information, but they also can collect non-financial information. So it's inherent to their profession. So really no difference in that sense. You don't need a sustainability controlling department and a financial controlling department. But of course, I mean, that's up to the entities, but we can see that this is more a coordination function at the moment, and not kind of the whole crypto cradle for the reporting side of things. And you asked the question also on the acceptability on whether financial standard setters can actually do sustainability reporting. I think, to me personally, I think this is the question how the linkage is between those two types of reports, right? So whether you see it complementary to the financial statement or you see it really as a standalone. But the other question, I think, is also whether it's credible in the way you address the topics and you understand the topics and how you view the landscape, right? So if somebody looks at the entity and says, well, they know what they're doing, because if I compare them to other standard setters, they have a similar process, they have a similar setup. Probably that's an element of acceptability as well.
Thank you, Bernard. I go next to Lana and then Tim. Sheila, you're still on? Oh. Okay, so afterwards.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for the presentation. I just had a couple of questions about some information that you had in your slide. One of them talked about how sustainability information in frameworks are part of the financial information, providing really good context, which makes a lot of sense and aligns very well with the IPSASB project on climate-related disclosures that will complement the financial information. You also had a point about how some of this information might have direct impact on the financial statements themselves. And you gave the example about energy emission equals cost. I'm just wondering if there's any other examples that you might have seen or maybe foresee where that type of information would end up having a direct impact on financial statements, whether it's on the statement of financial position versus the actual income statement itself. I think that would be really interesting to hear your perspective. The other question I had was in relation to, you made a comment about restatements being inevitable, and maybe you're setting the stage up for expectations that certainly not going to be perfect, and perhaps even moving into the territory of, as new information becomes available, you may need to go back and restate prior year information. So I'm putting on my auditor hat and thinking, okay, well, that's typically something you want to avoid as an auditor, but we're again setting the stage that we're in new territory. Have you seen this happen? And when it does, how is it reported? Is it as clear and transparent as you see in the financial world, where you tag everything as restated, redo the numbers, provide the reasons why? And then what does that do in terms of the credibility, the trust? We're so early on, and you're already saying, I might have put out information 9 months ago, and I'm changing it now. And this is going to keep happening. And how do we manage that? Thank you.
Thank you, Lana. Tim?
Hi, thanks as well for the presentation. I think it got me thinking a lot. And but I'm going to ask sort of two questions, maybe familiar to other members of the CAG, which I kind of tend to go on about. And one is this issue that the public sectors that across the globe have varying levels of capacity and capability to implement reporting standards. And so, I mean, my first question is, given that variation in capability and the fact that IPSASB is in the business of standard setting, what advice would you give to those developing the standards to actually make sure that that those standards can be implemented by a variety of differing capabilities of public sector entities and public sectors? And secondly, and I think you raised this early on, is the importance that we're not just doing sustainability reporting for the sake of it, but to influence decisions. And so that's, you know, from the perspective of climate change, that might, you know, be taking action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, or it may be taking action to improve the resilience of services and infrastructure. And so how would you then, again, recommending the standard setters are saying, how do you create standards in a way that actually will help inform decision making? Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Lana?
Yeah, so maybe on the accounting questions, actually there's plenty of I would say, hard to call it an opportunity, but plenty of occasions where you might need to reflect sustainability information into your financials. And what we see particularly in the enforcement authorities, what they immediately are going after is impairments. So basically, if you have a location where you're producing a certain product and this is under the risk of certain climate stress, and you are identifying that in the sustainability information, but you're not taking any actions to protect the assets and the property and the employees working there, then immediately you might get questions in the impairment testing on whether, you know, the 20, 30 years you might be assuming really are realistic, and whether you have to dial it back to 5 years, basically, because it just can't tell, which usually has a huge impact on the asset value. The same is true for fair value. So basically, it's the non-financial information you receive. You have to reflect on the use of the assets, on the quality of the assets, maybe even the technical status of the asset. But we also see it in the question of provisions and liabilities, of course. So, but this is actually something where you would have to have a public sector who already has, let's say, the need to build back after you used a certain field and to restore it into its natural status before, for example. So if you would have a liability like that, you could think about having a provision. So it's a lot of those things, or you would have. You said you have to be carbon neutral, right? You're not achieving that. You might have to buy certificates or anything else to get to your claim. That also could result, in theory at least, in a liability or provision. So there is a lot of connectivity, frankly, and I think significant connectivity if we look at it. Yeah, of course, you want to avoid restatements. I agree with the statement, particularly from an audit perspective. Just maybe as a practical example, when we worked with a client and they had quite a complex structure globally, internationally, and the way they compiled their Scope 3 emissions was basically they collected input information from their location, which already was great. But then they used a reference multiplier for certain activities to compile actually the emissions associated to those activities. And then the methodology got updated from, let's say, the service provider, and they were 20 to 30% off to also another service provider, right? So you have this kind of uncertainties that come up. And what we felt is actually that, they showed awareness and presence to adjust to that and actually ask themselves, do we have the right set of information? And are we keeping up with the pace of developments, basically? Because I think the reference value they used was a couple of years old. So I think a restatement can help if you see that the entity is tackling an issue head on and they are preparing to not make that mistake again, right? So that's the confidence I think you could get from a restatement, if any. In terms of capacity and on how the standard setter can reflect on the capacity of the reporting entity, I mean, I think it's a fine line, right? So I always think about good standard like a personal trainer. So ideally, you're doing 2 or 3 push-ups more than you actually would do yourself, right? So if that's a good standard in that sense. But I think what really helps from a standard set's perspective is focus. So help identify the entity, the most vital point they need to address with their stakeholders to move things on. So what is the biggest lever they have? I think a good standard should help them identify that. And from the example you gave on the climate risks associated, for example, I mean, I could easily see that if you put out a risk map, of the regions free of charge, then actually no corporate can actually tell you that they couldn't be aware of the risks that were associated to those assets. And you immediately have an impact, right? So it's maybe a tiny piece of information in comparison, but you might have a huge impact. So I think the idea really is to say, as a standard setter, how can you help them really get to those points who are moving the thing along a lot and are actually in itself maybe not that stressful to capacity terms. And the other issue, I think, at least that's what we get with the corporates, is if a stakeholder, or in our context, probably not achievable, but if it's mandatory, so the companies usually say, well, if it has to be done, it has to be done, right? So you need to be in a situation where actually the outside challenge is so big that you actually practically can't not do it, right? But I get your point. A tough place to be in.
Thank you, Arnott. Sheila, you wanted to? No? Okay. Helen?
Hi there. Bernard, maybe two questions, if I may. One, I'd be interested to know what's happening with GRI reporting. Are you seeing people flood out of it? It'd be good to know because some entities, huge investment. And then just second question. I these days feel like I'm a practitioner because I'm actually applying or trying to align with the sustainability standard for the Asian Development Bank. I constantly talk to management about that standards can't be cherry picked. So it's all or nothing. So I'm just interested, I hear from Europe that potentially climate, even though it sounds very complicated in this room, could be easier because there's a groundswell of information out there that we can use. I'd just be interested to know, are the other topics more complicated, human capital, nature-based solutions? Because if IPSASB is moving in the direction of developing more standards, will it get more complicated? Is my question.
Thank you, Ellen. Bernard, and I guess that will be maybe the last question and comments. Well, I don't see any other comments in the room or online anyway. So Bernard, if you want to answer to Ellen, thank you.
So on the GRI reporting, I mean, of course, they are in an interesting situation at the moment because left and right there is now mandatory reporting standards, which might not be theirs. I mean, I see them still as a very important and influential stakeholder in the process of developing those standards. I mean, they have been there for a very long time, and they have a lot of, I would say, experience in topical standards. And to me, they've always been the voice of the civil society. So if you read their standards, they're coming very much from a participation point of view, and they want to get the interested public engaged into corporate information, which I think is a value as well. So you have maybe other perspectives if you look at IPSASB and ISRSs predominantly. And they have a very strong network in terms of training and education, right? So when we talk with clients in Europe and we can give them the ISRSs in every official language of the European Union, but if you are maybe in some of your locations are in Asia or some areas of Africa, you might still be happy to have a local network partner who has experience in the topic of, let's say, energy or in the topic of human rights, who is actually local and has the language. So I think there's also quite a capacity, and from what I've seen, they also are engaging in what they call an innovation hub to ease the reporting of sustainability information. So if they can achieve that, that's a very positive as well. And on the cherry picking, I think that's a really important one. Basically, ideally, information will be so available that you can't justify any cherry picking, right? Because if it's so abundantly clear that that's an issue, and stakeholder will expect you to report on that, then there's no way around it. And again, I think if we look at it, let's say on a multi-round game, so not a one-round game, you might get 1 year away with not reporting on certain issues. If you have strong and vocal stakeholders who will challenge you on that, then I would say at least in the second year, you might be back to a comprehensive reporting that is kind of complete in your context. On the climate issue and whether that's easier, I think that's a great question. I always viewed this more as a question of priority, frankly, than the easiest topic. So the more we work with the sustainability reporting standards and topics, the more we see these interlinkages. So even human capital might be an issue in climate change, right? So the question on, like I addressed, do you have the right skills, the right generations of workers, of employees available actually to do the transition? Or do people leave you, and you have a lot of fluctuation because you're not having good values, for example, as an entity? So this all will impact your ability to perform on the climate transformation as well. So there's a really strong interlinkage, and I think particularly if you think about biodiversity or circular economy, it even becomes more obvious that those topics really fit into each other very much. Nevertheless, I think it's rightfully so to start with climate because it is the most pressing issue. And by starting with that, you might identify already what would be the topics you would get your attention to in the next stage. Because it's in this kind of understand, identify, assess framework, which might make it more obvious on what are the next topics to be addressed, if that's helpful.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Maya, last question or comment.
Thank you very much. I'll be quick. Bernard, thank you for a very useful, very detailed presentation and answers. You mentioned when it comes to capacity development and knowledge in this area and training as one of the key sort of requirements to be able to follow the requirements of the standards. I'm just wondering, from your experience, who is sort of the main driver of developing the training and education and identifying the necessary skills? I think you mentioned from your expectations that the public sector needs to be kind of the key driver in this area, whereas kind of in the developing countries, I would say that the education sector is not so agile and responsive and not really ready to respond to these new topics and areas. So who would be kind of the key, education provider, the support for, the capacity development? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. I mean, oh, sorry. Is there another question?
No, I don't think so. Okay. You can go on. Yeah.
Well, really, strictly speaking, from my experience, I mean, when we work with the companies, well, we see that there's a huge difference in performance in the company once they are able to hire students from university who already have been knowledgeable with the topic. And I would imagine not only get trained on IFRS in the university, but at some point in time also on ESRSs or ISSBs or IPSASB standards, hopefully at some point. So if you have that kind of foundation, it's much easier to add the layer of company-specific training, right, or certificates or something like that. So this foundation really is crucial, I think. And it's also true for a question of whether you're going to be able to assess certain sustainability risks. So whether you have people who are trained in metrology or they're trained in engineering and something like that. So I think really the foundation is in many countries, I mean, there's private sector universities as well. But in many countries, the question on whether the education system provides sufficient knowledge to feed these transformations is really crucial. And also the timing, of course. And then I think you can add layers like training on the job or company certificates or corporate trainings or stuff like that. So frankly, I don't see any way really around having that strong foundation, if that helps.
Thank you, Bernard. I think we've come to an end to that for that session. Thank you very much. Just on a personal note, what strikes me is the availability of data out there and the wealth of ways of reporting. So I think there's room here for standardization and the harmonization of standard for reporting and on those topics. So again, thank you very much, Bernard, for your time. Thank you to CAG members for the questions. You're welcome. I guess it's now time for a break, a well-deserved one. Could you be back to the room at 10:50, please? Thank you.
Yes.
So thank you all for joining the room and being seated at the back. Thank you also for joining back online. So I'm now welcoming Alex Teixeira from Brazil. So good morning, Alex. So Alex is the General Coordinator of Accounting Standards Applied to the Federation in Brazil's National Treasury. He's responsible for IPSAS implementation in the Brazilian Federation and leading the technical chamber for the standardization of accounting and tax procedures. He's also responsible for managing the IPSAS conversions process through the advisory group of the Brazilian Technical Accounting Standards for the Public Sector for the Accountant Federal Council. And Alex is also a professor of accounting science at Mackenzie University and was previously a federal auditor at the Ministry of Finance. Alex, thank you for your interest in the IPSASB's and CAG's activities and for presenting today. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Fabienne. Good morning, everyone. Let me check my presentation. Oh, just to check. So, first of all, I would like to thank the chairman of the CAG, Ms. Fabienne, for having me at this meeting. And I would like to thank the chairman of the IPSASB, Mr. Ian. Thank you so much. And the program and technical director of IPSASB, Mr. Ross. Thank you so much for inviting me to participate at this meeting.
Sorry, did it work?
Oh, I don't know. No. Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, this will work. Yeah, push it hard.
Is it okay?
Okay, use that one.
Okay, thank you. And the opportunity of share what we are doing in Brazil, a public sector, regarding the development of the sustainability financial report for the public sector in Brazil. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank the support of the Brazilian Federal Accounting Council and the Brazilian National Treasury so that I can participate in this meeting, considering the importance of the subject for Brazil. Furthermore, I also emphasize that it's an honor to represent my country at this meeting, as well as the Brazilian public accountants, as we recognize the importance of the work carried out by this committee as well as by IPSASB. Thank you so much. In addition, I want to thank the hospitality of Mrs. Stelini Chen and Mr. David Warren and Mrs. Agustina in helping me to prepare for this meeting. Thank you so much as well. And as well as expressing the satisfaction of being able to work at the Brazilian Federal Accounting Council alongside the representative of Brazil at IPSASB with Patricia Varela. My friend, thank you so much for your help too. According to the material sent in advance, the presentation I will make will be brief and intend to present an overview of the current Brazilian stage in the development of the sustainability financial report for the Brazilian public sector. Thus, my presentation is divided in two sections. The first one being about the current stage in development of the sustainability financial report, and the second one about the challenges identified for us to involve and the next steps that we plan to take. It's worth mentioning that although the development of this report is in our strategic planning of the National Treasury from 2024 to 2026, and is a priority for the Brazilian Ministry of Finance, our expectation is to move forward alongside IPSASB so that our proposal is aligned with the standard published by the IPSASB, or even that our standard needs adjustment. We do not intend to have significant delays in the adaptations due to the importance of the topic today. At the end of the presentation, I added and appendix so that the members of this committee can obtain additional information about the development of sustainability financial report by Brazil. So let's continue here. This first slide, I try to present to you about the big picture, how the National Treasury Accounting Standard Bureau run the rules in our country. The Brazilian National Treasury, though the department I lead, has the responsibility of exercise the function of the country's central accounting body, with the main objective of consolidating public accountings. To this end, based on the authorization given by the Federal Constitution and the Fiscal Responsibility Law, we standardize the accounting recording the Federation based on the IPSAS, as well as the presentation of this information, though the standardization of the accounting and fiscal statements. The information generated is sent by the federated entities through the CCONFI. CCONFI is a system for receiving and transparent information from the federated entities. As a positive stimulus for the generation of information that is increasingly adherent to the rule we have established, we created the ranking of the quality of accounting and tax information, which verifies the quality of accounting information, including compliance with IPSAS, and classify the result achieved by each entity into grades. We currently carry out 170 checks. The best results are awarded annually through the Quality of Accounting and Fiscal Information Award, the last of which was held last week on June 17th. It's worth noting that my holy also exercised the leadership of the Committee of the Brazilian Federal Accounting Councils that carries out the convergence of IPSAS to Brazilian standards too. I try to explain about our complexity, our federation complexity on this slide. However, our country is very complex in federal terms. We are 26 states and 5,570 autonomous municipalities, politically, economically, and administratively. Thus, despite having their own budgets, accounting and internal controls must follow the rules proposed by the National Treasury through the Handbook of Accounting applying to the public sector. This is our main instrument to implement the IPSAS and all the rules, accounting rules in Brazil. The current edition of the Handbook of Accounting applied to the public sector has 5 sections: budgetary procedures, accrual procedures, specific accounting procedures, national chart of accounts, and financial statements. The second session, I said, is based on convergent IPSAS. Thus, we project to insert by the end of 2026 the necessary accounting and demonstration rules for the preparation of the sustainability financial report by the federated entities. So, for Brazil, the development of the sustainability financial report is very important because Brazil has a series of international commitments in the area of the environment, as you can see on the slides. As you can see, for example, goals to reduce GHG emissions and eliminate illegal deforestation, among others not reported here on this slide. Continue. So, international commitments have driven Brazil to get involved with the sustainability financial report agenda, which can be seen by the participation in recent debates on the subject. For example, May 2023, the CRECE conference conducted by the World Bank and the Federal Accounting Council that took place in the city of São Paulo. September 2023, when the group of accountants in Latin America Focal discussed, among other issues, the impact of the sustainability financial report on the accountant on their countries. On the other hand, November 2023, when we held the international seminar on accounting applied to the public sector in Brasilia, with the theme of the sustainability financial report, including the participation of IPSASB representative Mr. David Warren. In March of this year, I made a presentation similar to this, the OECD Fiscal Management and Reporting Working Group, which had an extremely positive impact on what Brazil was doing. In April, I gave a presentation to the IPSASB chair, Ian, and the technical director, Roras, and now presenting here at the CAG the similar presentation. It's important to highlight then that this demonstrates the importance and how the issues has been on the agenda of the Brazilian government. Based on this context, and added to the fact that the Brazilian government has issued sustainable bonds, the National Treasury established a Committee on Sustainable Sovereign Finance, CFSS, as the slides. With its composition, for example, of the Minister of Climate and Environment, Minister of Social Development, in addition to other ministers that have a developmentalist agenda. The main objective of this committee is to plan, implement, and monitor the issuance of sustainability bonds. Consequently, in order to carry out monitoring, it's necessary to establish rules for accounting, budgeting, demonstration, and transparency. In view of this, in Brazil, the basis for the sustainability financial report will address aspects such as revenue, expenses, and investment used to demonstrate the efforts and results achieved by the government to promote sustainability and the transversal areas of operation. So, in this slide, we try to explain after that what's our challenge and next steps. In view of what has been accomplished, I present below the next steps we intend to take and the main challenges to lie ahead. The main challenges we have identified are the need to expand the knowledge about the importance of sustainability for Brazil development. Second one, improve institutional arrangements and the capacity to report on public sector sustainability actions. The third, develop better process to adopt sustainability budgeting and accounting standards. Next one is improve the handbook published by the National Treasury in a bottom-up manner through technical discussions with the states and municipalities in the Technical Chamber of Accounting Standardization, allowing not only the regulation, but the legitimacy of its contents. And for final, establish a training program on sustainability rules through the training of states and municipalities that we carry out throughout the year. In these slides, I want to show you about next steps for our federation. What we intend to take. The first point is develop the necessary accounting structures and standards so that the information can be generated in a standardized way by each state and municipality and can be sent to the CCONF system so that we can carry out the consolidation of federal accounting regarding sustainability. The second one is adapt an existing system and process to receive the relevant sustainability-related information. And third, as the sustainability agenda is transversal, It's necessary to assist the states and the municipality in integrating the process for the preparation of the sustainability financial report. And for final, develop through training and capacity building the inspection skills of auditing professionals. So, how I said, it's a shortly presentation. I think it's important to discuss about the team. Finally, considering the importance of the topic for our country, I want to thank the support I received, and I also like to thank the invitation made me by the IPSASB about this presentation. And I want to conclude my talk, my speech, telling about the importance of the discussion. At the OECD, I said to that members, for us, sometimes we expect to planning and thinking about what we have to do, but in Brazil we have to do before sometimes the things happen. And in this case, I want to say that the importance of the decision and the rules made by the IPSASB and the opinion of the IPSASB. Brazil want to go ahead, but we want to go with the IPSASB's rules. So I want to say thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Alex, for this very interesting presentation and for the challenges of the implementation program. Are there any questions from CAG members? I can't see anything online. I mean, if you can, okay. Or any experience you'd like to share? Maybe just a question, Alex, from my side. You said that the local authorities were autonomous. So I'm not sure. Are local authorities what you would call federated entities? Okay. So when you talk about the integration of processes in the federated entities, how do you see that being related to the fact that they are autonomous? Yep. Is it a problem, or do you have a full program to make that integration of processes work?
Okay, even they have autonomous. We have the responsibility by the Constitution and fiscal responsibility law to make a consolidation of the accountants. So for that, we produce our handbook, accounting handbook, to make standard for all the countries. So even they have autonomous and fiscal autonomous, political autonomous, we have the obligation by the law and the Constitution to do that,
Okay, thank you. So, Paul, I can see you raised your hand. Go ahead.
Thank you, Fabienne, and thank you, Alex, for a very interesting presentation. Paul Gisby from Accountancy Europe. I appreciate you're probably at the start of what is going to be a very long and difficult process, but I wonder if yet you have any indications as to what you consider the most important aspects in respect of things like entity level reporting of sustainability issues, or the more policy-based sustainability issues such as tax policy, investment policy, and that sort of thing. And also whether you're looking at this from the double materiality side of things, so from not just the financial impacts of sustainability on the government entities, but also the many impacts that government entities can have on ESG reporting issues for businesses, for their citizens, etc.
Thank you, Paul. Alex?
Yeah, I needed to understand well, because the sound is not good.
Okay. Or maybe you'd like to maybe rephrase. Yes. Yeah.
So in respect of the sustainability path that the government's undertaken, is it primarily looking at reporting by individual government entities of, for example, carbon emissions, or are you also, or more primarily, looking at the government policies as well, the sustainability policies, and which of those do you think is the most important?
So, if I understood your question, in our country, what we are doing, we are looking at the federal government firstly, and we are looking for the political issues, what we want to fight. For example, if we want to fight environmental things or issues, or poor issues, we are looking for that politicals, and we are looking for our budget considerations. And after we, in federal government, after a discussion in our sustainability council, these actions will generate information that in the future will be consolidated in our demonstratives. I don't know if I answer your question.
Yes.
Good, thank you. Jan, you wanted to step in?
Yeah, thank you very much, Fabienne, and Alex, thank you very much for making the trip to do the presentation. I think when you presented to Ross and I, we were very impressed in terms of, how you were approaching the collection of information for financial reporting, and I think that slide showed the extent of the number of different entities that you're collecting information from. And I think one of the questions that we're being asked, and I know this will come up in the board meeting later on this week, is this whole question about consolidation of information. And clearly the SICONFI system will be critical in that. I just wondered, obviously, we're still working on the standard, but I wondered whether you had some thoughts on the extent of modifications that would be required in order to use that to collect climate-related data in addition to financial information.
Okay. How I said, in Brazil, we have a established process through the handbook. And we first put the rules at the handbook, and after all the states and municipalities send the information through the CCONF system. For that, for us today, the main example is the federal government. After we implement that in the federal government, we will expand it to the states and municipalities and put the information, what we call the National Chart of Accounting, and receive that information through the MSC, is a kind of matrix that we receive all information from the states and municipalities. The municipality and the states, they make their register on their system, and then they send to us through the CCONF system. Then after we receive this information, we consolidate that. So what we have to do in this moment, we have to standardize this information for the states and municipalities sending what we want to receive,
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Jan.
Thank you. And I mean, certainly having run and implemented a government consolidation, I know myself, I've been through that process. I wonder, and I think this will be important, the question is, will you be able to collect non-financial data through that mechanism as well as the numerical data? Could you comment on that?
Okay, thank you so much. We have, in this time, we don't collect other information, only the financial information. For example, we start with the financial information, and after the discussion about the numbers, with the other ministries, we will talking about the results. For example, if we need to identify some index about that, or how the impact of these actions of the government is running in this result. But in this time, what do we want to do? Collecting the fiscal and budget information. And after that, the second step will be how to deal with that data, you know?
Okay. Ram, you wanted to come in?
Yeah.
And then Helen?
A very nice presentation. The very fact that importance of that has been recognized and some efforts are made is commendable. But few things here, like the information which you collect, is it a part of your accounts or you collect it separately? One is that, meaning does it become a part of your financial statements and accounts or do you collect it separately? And when you collect that information, as you said, you're a federal government with three tiers of governance, meaning the format has to be uniform to be able to do it for the country as a whole. So, have you prescribed any format by which the information has to be collected and consolidated so that you know what is the situation nation-wise, you know? And then the other thing, the key part is the quality of the data. Meaning, is it the person who collects the data, he does it, or there is some independent check at certain level to see whether this data can be relied on for decision making? So if you could throw some light on it.
Very good questions. The first of your question, we receive from each municipality and with each state, we receive separate informations, and after that we consolidate in the national treasure all this information. And the second information, if I understood, the data will generate in each state and municipality, and after that they send this information in a matrix. That matrix is standardized for all the federation. Then they run their system and they send this information through this matrix for us. And how we deal with this data. In Brazil, we have for each state, we have a court of accountings. That court of accounting check those information firstly, but after that after they send the information for us, we check it. We make a double check of this information through the ranking of equality, how I said in my presentation. So it's a soft monitoring issue. We stimulated better data, better quality of the information. We have then we have two aspects. The first one, how the court of accounts run with the data and the municipalities and states, and after how we deal with these data for the consolidation process. For example, if the municipality or state want to obtain some guarantee from the federal government, they have to send the high quality information. We have a grade for A2A informations received, and states with grade A and B receive the guarantee from the government. It's a kind of stimulate the better and the quality, better information, the quality of that.
Just a related one, meaning, does there any instance in which public policy has been impacted due to that statistics? Meaning some interventions made by the government because of this information flowing in?
No, I think it's we have a relation between them. For example, we have a technical structure that we implement through the handbook, the county handbook. Of course, we have political directions, and these directions stimulate how the expenses will be made, you know.
Thank you, Helen.
I guess a very similar question. I just, in developing that handbook, did you apply something like the COSO sustainability reporting framework, or how did you get to these grades that you give?
I'm sorry, which claim more?
Sorry, there's a COSO framework for sustainability reporting. I just wondered whether you took that into account when you built the handbook, so that everybody's using the same internal control framework.
Okay, interesting question. I kidding a few minutes before. The questions always are simple. The answer is not so simple. But in this case, we have today we have a framework for the bonds. These frameworks is direct conducting our procedure for all the expenses. For example, we receive Brazil emitted their bonds, and for make the expenses with this money, they have to present in specific areas of what they have to be expensed. So this experience is our example for implement for all the others expenses to Brazil. So what we planning to do with that? We have to fight with the poverty. We have to fight with environmental issues. So this is our way. What we want to do firstly. Of course, we in our process probably we can choose anything else. But for today, for a while, we want to stay. We want to start with this information firstly.
Thank you. I think Key was next, and then Lana.
And thanks, Alex. Wonderful presentation. I have a fundamental question for you. We know what the users lead results in what information accounting system should offer, right? So my question is, you think which one is the first importance, comprehensive financial statement or sustainability report? Because in China, there is a view in accounting research field about that public as the owner of the country not always focus on government's financial position and the performance much more than sustainability information. So I hope to know what's your opinion about whether it is worth investing so much effort in developing a sustainability report based on your country's experience. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. For us, I think it's very important. I don't know if I can show again the slides. Say I don't know if it's possible to show again. Okay, here. Thank you. I think this slide is it's a great answer for your question. We have several environmental commitments. So we, how I said my OECD presentation, we have to do. We have a lot of institutions that want to know what Brazil is doing with this situation. So in this case, before we deal with all the problems, we try to put our solution firstly. So in this case, we want to base our sustainability report in our experience, you know. So to implement the IPSAS, we have a consolidated process. In Brazil, the IPSAS are published, and then the Federal Council converging their IPSAS to Brazilian rules, and after that we put their rules in our handbook. This process is discussing with technical chamber, with the states and municipalities, and after that, after the rules are more consolidated, we have the legitimacy by the states and municipalities. So it's easier for us. I don't know how I say in English, João, vocês podem me ajudar? How I say a teoria do pertencimento. We have
To whom it belongs, the
yeah,
authority.
Belong ownership. Yeah, how to the states and municipalities deal with these rules. It's not only treasurer or federal council rules, it's a rule of everyone. Then it's easier to make their rules runs, I think.
Thank you, Lena, then Agnieszka. Helena, are you still? Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I had two questions. The first one, you talked about rules, and I noticed that in one of your slides, you talked about fiscal rules, and then there was also the accounting rules. So I just wanted if you wanted to ask if you could comment on the differences between those two types of rules.
Oh, very good.
And then my second question was just about the consolidation process. It sounds like it is quite a large undertaking with a large number of municipalities. So I was wondering if you had any experience to share about whether your municipalities, some of them might be leading the way in terms of sustainability reporting. And I ask us because we have the experience here in Canada where there are some municipalities that early on had taken their own data and started leading the way in some ways on sustainability reporting and are great examples for others to look at.
Okay, thank you. About the difference between fiscal and accounting information. We have accounting information is accrual information. From until 2007, Brazil only make budget registration in their information. We didn't have any accrual information from the states and municipality, even the federal government. After the 2007, Brazil starts a process to implement the IPSAS in our country. So we have for all governments the implementation of the accrual information. So what we called accounting information is accrual information, basically. And fiscal information for us is related. What fiscal information is generated based on account information. For example, I have to control the limit of the debt of the states and municipalities. So I can receive information from the states and municipalities through accrual information, but after that I have to present to the society demonstratives about this information. What is the amount of the debt of the states and municipalities? For example, we published we called a budget demonstrative in foco. It's a kind of to put light in the information of the states and municipalities and to show the society, to give transparency to the society about this information. It's different. I'm sorry. It's different to how to deal with this information, because one of that we have information for example, of investments of the cashier, something like that. But on the other hand, for the fiscal information, we have a control that we established by the fiscal responsibility law, and where we try to control other variables from the states and municipalities, different between the accounting or accrual information. Okay. And the other questions, I'm sorry, I don't remember. I'm sorry for that.
It was in regards to whether any municipalities might have had some good examples about leading on sustainability reporting.
Okay. How I said, for us is a great challenge to how to sell. I will use this expression, how to sell for the states and municipalities, how to deal with the sustainability report. Today we understand the main information will be given by the federal government, but we have some information produced by the states and municipalities. Now I'm participating in a few events in Brazil to presenting the sustainability report. Now, for you know about a little more about our country, we have some municipal entities that they have only 800 inhabitants. On the other hand, we have a municipal entity like São Paulo. It's our bigger municipal. I don't know. I don't know if Patricia know how many inhabitants we have in São Paulo. 12 millions. 12 millions. So we have a big difference between in our federative in our federation. So the great challenge for us is how to deal with those different. And that's it's important for us because how we what we implemented the IPSAS process. We how I say, we bring the municipalities for our side. You know, we gave to them a way easier process by the CCONFI. We gave to them a easier process through the federal the Board of Accountings and the technical chamber. They have the opportunity to discuss to talk about the rules, and they have the opportunity to express how these apply to them, and we can balance make a balance with that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Agnieszka?
Thank you, Fabienne. First of all, let me congratulate on your ambitious project. And I have to say that I admire your dedication and energy for that project. I think it's good to have people like that to carry on with the project. And I was wondering whether you can reveal some of your backstage discussions on the initiative. Actually, what was the source of demand for sustainability reporting in Brazil? Because what I understood from your presentation, like you have some initiatives with the sustainable goals, you know? And so my question would be whether the actually authorities or people responsible for those initiatives told you, hey, accounting people, do something, we want to report on what we are doing, or you as reporting specialist said, you know, the IPSAS board is developing a new framework. Would you like to use it to show what you are doing? So if you could reveal some of the housekeeping, that would be really beneficial for the others. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. Sometimes I'm very afraid with the challenges we have. And I think this moment is to share with you our challenge, you know, and ask for help sometimes. I think it's important. How I said, your decision, your process is very important for Brazil. We consolidate our process over the IPSAS, you know. So what we are doing, we are waiting for the IPSAS pronouncement, but sometimes we have to walk with our difficulties and problems. How I said, we have a lot of commitments, and a lot of international entities are asking us about that. How you deal with that? And so sometimes I'm very afraid with that. So and how I said then, we don't want to go further the IPSASB. We want to go alongside the IPSASB. What do you say? The Minister of Finance put on their strategical planning. We have to present consolidate report sustainability report until 2026. That's his obligation for us. And what we expect is to develop this sustainability report. But if the IPSASB publish their standard, we will follow this standard. But we have, how I said, a process in Brazil. This standard will go through the Federal Council and after to the handbook. We have me and Patricia work together at the Federal Council to make the convergence of the process to Brazil. So we have this step. We still have this step to face it, you know. So after that, I think we can put all the information published to the IPSASB in our sustainability report produced by Brazil. I don't know if I answer your question. I think you're still without.
Maybe the other aspect would be whether accounting people were the first to initiate the process, or reporting people, or people responsible for those initiatives that you mentioned.
We work with those peoples. We work with accountants in our federal chamber and in our advisory group to the Federal Council. But on the other hand, we have the all ministries, for example, Minister of Agriculture, the Environment Ministry, and all these peoples are not accountants. So they help us to identify where we will put the money in that actions. Let me show back here. No, forward. I'm sorry. At the end of my presentation, I can't find here. How I said, I put an appendix. In that appendix, we have more information about how we are structuring the sustainability report. Here, for example, I have today, I already have a sustainable taxonomy of Brazil. This is important because the countries have different taxonomy of sustainable actions. So for us,
You're hitting this one.
Okay.
This one.
Oh, I'm sorry for that. Thank you. How we said in Brazil, the problem is between the chair and the computer. Here, so we have a sustainable taxonomy for to Brazil. Then this is important for us because where we will make our expenses. So we will make our expenses related to this taxonomy to Brazil. So it's we have a better sustainability financial report. We have to deal with different areas. We will have to deal with different ministries and with different specific areas to produce the information what we want to do. First of all, we deal with the accountants to present what the importance of the sustainability report. And after that, we have to deal with all the ministries to understand what we have to show for the society. I don't know. Okay.
So thank you very much. That's going to draw the session to a close. Thank you very much, Alex, for sharing your experience in Brazil, that very challenging topic. And thank you, members, for your questions. Now is the time to welcome Celine at the table for the next session. Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you very
Alex.
much. Thank you all.
So I understand Celine is going to introduce first a new addition to the IPSASB staff.
All right. Thank you, Fabienne. I want to first thank Alex and Bernard for some great presentations just now. I think really feeling the heat up here. The challenges is ahead, but it's great to hear the real demand for what we're doing. So with that today, I will first love to introduce our newest colleague, Karen. She's just joined our team in May and has joined us on the climate-related project. She comes with a background in sustainable finance with a master's from the National University of Singapore and experience in EY and other firms. Bringing that to the team is a great contribution, and it's only been a couple months, but gotta say she's hit the ground and and really helped us out a lot. So it's great to have her on our team and hopefully on track to our planned timelines. So today I wanted to spend some time to provide a project update. So it's been a few months since we last met and a lot has happened, but I will also provide some background as well. We recognize there's a number of new members to the CAG, so we'll do a brief background on our journey through sustainability, and then a project update on some of the latest decisions from the board and sort of our approach and thinking. And then we'll talk about a transition and would love to get CAG members' advice on how to think about and approach transition provisions. So with that, our journey in sustainability really started in 2022. So the World Bank issued the report in January 2022 that specifically called on the IPSASB to consider its role in sustainability reporting, given its public sector reporting standard experience. And so this report focused on a few key areas. It really emphasized the urgency and need and the issue of climate change clearly, and the importance of the public sector. So for a number of reasons, sustainability decisions are part of government's core mandate. The public sector is a steward of public sector assets, and so they make decisions on how these assets are used, services are provided, and really it's important for them to be held to account. On top of that, certainly from a capital markets perspective, it really emphasized the significance of sovereign bonds in the bond market, which actually makes up about 40% of the, I don't know what the number is now, but at the time, $100 billion US dollar bond market. And so it has a major role in the capital markets perspective. And at that point in 2022, we'd started to see the consolidation of standardization and reporting in the private sector side. So in 2021, late 2021, the IPSASB was formed, consolidated the VRF, SASB, and all of these other, bringing the alphabet soup together. And so private sector was starting to come together, but really a big gap was and pointer was towards the public sector. And so the World Bank's position was that public sector standards are needed, And so looking to us, asked us what's our role and really pushed us to seek support from our constituents to pursue this. And so with that, we responded with our consultation paper in May 2022. So this consultation paper really asked a number of questions. First, confirming with our constituents that public sector guidance is needed, that the private sector guidance isn't enough, and we need public sector specific standards. We asked whether the IPSASB should lead. Are we the right organization? I think to an earlier question from Sheila, we are an accounting standards board. We have a history in financial reporting, but would you agree that we're the correct organization given our expertise in public sector and in standard setting? And thirdly, do you agree that we need to act with speed? We considered different spectrum of how to approach this, creating bespoke standards, leveraging international standards, and pose that we should accelerate this by developing based on international private sector guidance. And then we sought feedback on priority topics, general sustainability, climate, what's support for. And finally, we sought for additional resources to take on this project. So the feedback that we got was quite strong. It was quite clear that there is a need for public sector guidance, that the private sector guidance, though it may be leveraged, does not fully address the public sector's role, particularly the unique regulatory and policy setting role that the public sector plays to be able to influence other entities and individuals, to influence the private sector and so on and so forth. And with that, they supported that the IPSASB is the right organization, given our history in standard setting, our relationships from a public sector perspective, and our experience in the public sector. But they did point to the need to enhance our sustainability expertise to really give us the background and the legitimacy when we publish these standards. And so I'll get into that in a couple other slides, but how we're addressing that. And then thirdly, they supported private sector guidance can be leveraged. We cannot start from scratch here. This is really, it would take probably too long. This is an urgent issue that we need to start addressing, but also we need to be aligned with private sector guidance. And we keep hearing that message to not depart too far, because back to the point on capital markets, those user needs and that information will be aligned with private sectors. And so we should keep that in mind. And really what we're seeing is a lot of the experiences developing in the private sector will help us in the public sector as well. And then thirdly, we got feedback on project prioritization. So there was strong support. I think that takes me to the next slide to consider these 3 priority projects. So coming out of the consultation in September and December, it was really December, the IPSASB looked at the feedback and considered some of the issues that the respondents raised and identified 3 priority projects to start with, and took the next 6 months to do some research and scoping. So those 3 priority projects are a general disclosure for sustainability related information. So that would be leveraging IPSASB's IFRS 1. Secondly, the climate related disclosures. And then third, a natural resources biodiversity standard, following on with our financial reporting project to closely related. So at the end of the 6-month period, so in June 2023, after some research and scoping, thinking about our approach, what we can do, how to tackle this, the board decided to start with climate first. So climate first for really a number of reasons. As we heard, the urgency and need for climate to address climate issues. to Helen's point, is it easier? It's not necessarily easier, but there's a lot of it's practical for us as a board to start with that project. There's a lot of more accessible information available at this point, and a lot of countries have made climate commitments, and we know that it is a high priority. So with that, we also heard from our constituents that they would prioritize climate as well, just to be clear, that they would prioritize climate. Many considered, in particularly in developing countries, poverty is obviously a large issue, but they still emphasize, even in their responses, that they would support climate first, recognizing the global issue and the global challenge that we have. So though we're starting with climate, we are bringing in IFRS S1 concepts. So those are some of those key conceptual foundations, about who's the reporting entity, what's materiality, what are the qualitative characteristics of reporting. So all of that we're incorporating into this being our first standard. We were also planning to look to impacts and GRI. So bringing that concept, which was one of the points that our constituents raised, that we need to be looking at a multi-stakeholder view beyond just financial reporting and investor focus. So bring in GRI's impacts, and we'll talk about how we're bringing that in next. And then acknowledging the dual role of governments, that they have that policy influence. And so I think that brings us to, I guess, the timeline. So we are looking to have our ED approved for September this year, with followed by comment period, and then to early next year, and finalizing our standard by the end of 2025. So as I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of support. We have the CAG, and then we've set up these sustainability reporting support groups. And so I just want to pause before I get into the sustainability reporting supports to really reemphasize the importance of the CAG too. Through this journey, the CAG has been provided great advice to the IPSASB, going all the way back to March 2022, when we had first got the World Bank report, and then before we issued the consultation paper, the IPSASB sought advice from the CAG as we prepared to finalize that CP. And then in June, we got your feedback on thoughts of those preliminary views and specific matters of comments. And then at the end of December 2022, we also shared some of those key issues from and feedback that we got from the consultation, and got your strategic advice and direction on some areas to focus, and how do we think about authoritative guidance or non-authoritative. Really, sorry, that I remember that language was confusing, mandatory or non-mandatory. And then last year, June, we had the project brief launched, and that was also great to get your thoughts on what we should include in the project brief for this climate project. So we really appreciate it. You also provided us feedback through a survey on what's happening in your jurisdiction. So it's been a journey, and it's happened quite quickly, but we want to appreciate and recognize the input of the CAG. So in addition to that, we have set up these other sustainability specific groups to address that feedback that we got from constituents about enhancing our sustainability expertise. So that includes the Sustainability Reference Group, Topic Working Group, and Sustainability Implementation Forum. So I'll go through the first two. The Implementation Forum is to come. So you'll see here the Sustainability Reference Group is the first one on the left here, and that's really a forum where we consult from representatives from the public and private sector with sustainability expertise and background, and we get their high-level advice on our sustainability work program. So far, it's been all discussions on climate and discussions on the key issues in our project to give us advice and direction through as we've been working through, the sections and the pillars of our draft ED, and they provide us advice on those technical matters and issues, and really challenge us to think about this in different ways, and they've been a great input to our project so far. And then on the right-hand side, we have our topic working group. So right now we have a climate topic working group. We envision with other topics or future standards, we'll have separate topic working groups. And so it's on this group, we have representation from various standard setters. So international standard setters, we have IPSASB, GRI, and then some national standard setters who are on their journey or ahead on reporting to bring in their expertise on how they're seeing it in their country as well. And so this group is really helping us with a lot of detailed technical matters and has provided a lot of support and detailed. There's just so much sustainable information out there, so it's really great to have that support to help us to bring in some of that information. So these two groups have been critical through our process. We've met with them quarterly, and they've informed our development of our standard and provided those recommendations throughout. So yeah, do you want to?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
You're going on.
So then this brings us to some project updates. So since our last discussion in December, the board has worked through many, almost the whole standard now. And so I just want to share with you this key overall approach of how we're thinking about and how we're developing the standard. So going back to that dual role of the public sector, we've delineated it now, and we're looking at the public sector, which they may have their own operations, which is their day-to-day activities, a hospital running its data activities, and versus its policy setting, where it's setting those policies that influence other entities and individuals like taxation, subsidies, all those other programs. So firstly, on the public sector's own operations, we're looking to align that with the private sector guidance. So we're aligning with IFRS 2. So, an entity who's running its regular operations, the hospital, the school, whatnot, their operations, if you think about as a reporting entity level, they're not so unique to the public sector. And so what we'll see is that what we're proposing is that they will be aligned with private sector guidance, and we'd provide additional application guidance or implementation guidance to help interpret that in the public sector context. But certainly following our established alignment process, we provide those adaptations or modifications for public sector terminology, examples, and other things as needed. So that we feel that the private sector guidance aligns with a lot of the user needs for public sector users. So that's firstly the own operations. And then secondly, the policy setter role. So this is what's really unique to the public sector, and where we're bringing in new public sector specific guidance. From the responses from our constituents, that's really the emphasis that we heard back, that public sector, this gap is missing from private sector guidance. And so this is where we're really focusing some time to develop new guidance, so new disclosure requirements and application guidance. And so this is intended to enhance transparency for all those policy decisions that they make. It's intended to help to provide that, measurement of progress to, set, you have metrics and targets, but how much are you measuring that progress, and from an entity level to measure how they're contributing to, say, national standards or commitments that are made above at higher levels of government. So these would be really tying back to jurisdiction specific commitments and I think maybe it'd be helpful, for example, if in this a public sector policy maker may be an energy regulator. So, for example, if an energy regulator decides to move an economy away from burning coal to producing electricity through nuclear or wind or solar, then the disclosure and the information should provide citizens or users to be able to understand how and why those decisions were made and what the outcomes they have are. So this is really a shift, I think, from when we think about the private sector guidance being and own operations about your entity's risks and opportunities. What's all the risks and opportunities? For a policy perspective, it's about the outcomes. What's the outcomes that you expect from your policy, and how are you progressing towards that? How are you performing? What's the governance and strategy around those policy decisions? What considerations or factors or trade-offs were in that decision process? And then really, what's the outcome? How are you progressing? Is it really reducing emissions from coal, from moving away from coal or not? So while these disclosures may share some characteristics with existing private sector disclosures, the expectation is this is largely unique for the public sector, and that additional guidance and principles will be needed for the public sector. So this slide just highlights the interaction between those two activities, the entity's own activities and the policy setting activities. So we acknowledge, that not all entities will have policy activities, but all entities would be expected to have some disclosures on their own operations, and so this dual role really may apply for some, but not all. But it is needed for the public sector, and really they're focusing on the connectivity between the disclosures, because it's important that all entities in the public sector will have disclosures on its own activities, but fewer on the policy activities side, as I said. So for entities that are required to report on both, they will intend that the guidance should work seamlessly together. So that brings us, as I mentioned, to our plans. We're hopefully on track. We'll see how discussions go this week, but we do plan to have our exposure draft approved in September, and the final standard in end of 2025, which hopefully helps support our friends in Brazil with their 2026 timelines as well. But that said, I mentioned the Sustainability Implementation Forum earlier, but we do hope to also have a number of entities who would be interested in doing some pilot testing in the coming months as well, to provide us that direct feedback on how we're doing. We'll have comment letters and responses through our consultation, but to also have the opportunity to get entities that may be able to test run and provide some practical experience would be great. So with that, I know it was a lot of information, so I will pause if there's any questions from the CAG.
Agnieszka, go ahead.
Thank you. I was wondering whether you could elaborate a bit on the difference between those operational responsibility or activities and policy and activities of the public sector entities. So let's say I have just an example. For example, we have a public sector agency that is responsible for distribution of funds, let's say EU funds or national funds, on different projects. And let's say this agency designed a project for SMEs, corporates, to finance their initiatives on voluntary sustainability reporting. And whether this activity of this agency, this is a policy activity because this is subsidizing corporates to introduce sustainability reporting, or is it operational activity? Because the main purpose of this agency is to develop programs and to distribute funds that are given by the EU or by national budget or whatever. Because I'm not sure whether I understand correctly the difference between those two.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Aneska. It's a tricky example because we know that it's going to be complicated, and there's many different entities doing different roles and functions. I think it's I guess I might have some follow-up questions, to understand, who and I think that from some discussions they may have different positions too. Like if you're distributing funds, is it the entity that makes those decisions, or is it coming from a policy directive as to where those funds should go? Because from some discussions with other entities where we would have thought they're setting that policy and they're distributing funds, they've put it back to, say, another entity who probably they feel that makes those decisions. So who is sort of the decision maker and owner? And so it might be entity specific and they making those decisions. Really, I recall there was a call. We thought that, say, a central body who distributes the fund and the budget would be a policymaker in a sense, but then their decision was that, okay, I'm trying to recall if it was Parliament, or they pushed it up to, we don't make those decisions. And so I think it may come back to the entities to make that assessment. But I think ultimately we would hopefully provide some in our mind. It would be, whoever makes those decisions about who's directing the program, or who sets that.
What I'm just trying to say is, like, in my understanding, policy making is an operational activity of some of the public sector entities, and that's why it may be difficult to draw this line.
Yeah,
just doubts. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and go ahead, then Dave.
So I think this is basically about the public sector influencing other organizations and individuals throughout the economy. So you have a program that either an entity or it can be a cross-government committee owns, and in the way that the standard operates, it has its governance, it has its strategy, it needs to manage the risks to delivery, and it needs to be responsible for that. And that, so when they set that up, they need to actually determine, okay, what are we actually trying to do here? So we're spending however many billion euros on this, and we want to overall achieve a reduction in greenhouse gases of X%, and so on. And so that is a program that they need to run. They need to be accountable for that. That is different to what you commonly have with government departments, where they'll be thinking about policy ideas and all that kind of thing. That's what they do in terms of their own day-to-day activities. So providing, thinking about policy and so on is just part of their own operations, as opposed to, we have a program that is designed in a way that it will deliver a particular outcome related to climate. And that's what we're wrestling with in terms of how do you provide that clarity between, we have a program which is designed to achieve an outcome, we've decided that, we're now accountable for delivery of that, versus just, this is what we're doing in terms of employing staff travel, we have to heat the department, all those kinds of things. So, in your example, if that body is determining the design of that program and is accountable, then that would be their program to report on. If, to Celine's point, actually, they're just implementing that and the climate ministry has designed the program and is running the program, they're just distributing the funds, then that would just be it's just part of their own operations. Does that help? I mean, I know this is going to come up in the board's discussion. It's already come up. We're going to need to give some implementation guidance, I think, that essentially clarifies that difference.
Thank you, Jan. Dave, you want to come in? No? Okay. It's okay. I go online then. Paul, and then Tim, and then afterwards Ram.
Thank you, Fabienne, and thank you, Celine, for a very interesting, informative presentation. I have a question in respect of the policy disclosure and in particular on impact. So you referred to energy policy makers in your example. And I just wondered to what degree you'd given consideration to impacts on other public sector entities. And I'm thinking particularly of maybe jurisdictions that have large fossil fuel industries which are used by their own local energy providers. So obviously having a shift then from the energy regulator towards not fossil fuels to more sustainable energy could have an impact on jobs, for instance, and have an impact on social benefits, which would then fall under presumably a different department. So I wonder what level of interconnectivity you would see on this, or if this has been looked at.
Thank you, Paul. Tim, and then Celine can come back to you.
So I think, thanks. Firstly, I think I generally like the distinction between the sort of the operations and the policy activities, but I didn't like the name of the policy activities because I felt it was like, yeah, it was. I don't know. I sort of felt you should state it as it was, as you stated it, which was basically policy influence and outcomes, and that would make the distinction clearer, and that it was influencing to others. Because I thought policy activities. I didn't understand what you were talking about, but when I read the paragraph, it was clearer. So I think there's something in the name what you name it might make it clearer. But also, I think it's important when you're talking about policy and policy implementation that are directly related to sustainability, in this case, climate outcomes, that there are some which are internal, where actually you're trying to influence public sector behavior. So I think things like green public procurement and other related types of activities, or climate smart public investment management, are all sort of efforts at influencing the public sector to have greener outcomes. And then there are those which are targeted outside at the private sector at household behavior, at citizen behavior. So I think then so I think it's important to distinguish that. And I think it came up earlier. So there's regulation of the private sector and there's regulation of SOEs as well. So I think that it's important to make that it's actually probably a spectrum of influencing, both policy influencing the public sector to the degrees to it of influencing the private sector. So I thought that was important, and to be explicit in that. And then I did have the issue of interconnectivity as well. There's some of this policy-based reporting might be entity related, but then how are this going to be consolidated? Because ultimately you want to be looking at reporting against the achievement of policy as a whole, whether it's climate policy or sustainability policy. And I'm thinking a lot of if we're moving beyond climate as well later on, there will be commonality. There are a number of I mean, I mentioned human capital related sustainability outcomes where there are issues across entities, where you're trying to, whether it's gender-based outcomes, you're trying to influence across entities and across society as well. So I think there's also thinking about while we're a developing initially a climate standard, how this might be applied for different types of sustainability policy as well. Because I think this distinction is not going to be just related to climate.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Paul. I'll have Ross step in for now.
Just maybe a couple of comments. The first one relates to the label issue on what we call the policy activities. It's not the first time we've heard that there's maybe some confusion with that particular label. It might be one area where it might make sense to think about alternatives to that in finalizing the guidance. In true standard setting fashion, often we don't always pick the best label first, and we sometimes have to clarify between what we're talking about and what we want to call that in a way that people understand it. And I think this is probably a pretty good area. And maybe to highlight some work the board's already done in this space, we have already some guidance we've added to recommended practice guideline 1 and 3. And I think we called that reporting sustainability program information. So maybe there's some looking back at what we were finalizing this time last year, we might have some answers there that we could just circle back on those changes to RPG 1 and 4, where we added 4 specific policy related examples of different funding mechanisms and how those are used for sustainability programs to drive different changes. So we've got one on a green bond, one on a carbon tax, one on investment in green infrastructure, and one in investment in infrastructure to mitigate the impact of climate change. And those are based on real programs. So this is where some of this thinking actually started. So maybe if we go back there and look at the wording, we might come up with a better label. And I'm noting that, I think maybe to an earlier point on how you link this up with other different impacts, I think the RPGs might be an area in the interim that people could look to think about how spending on climate change impacts long-term fiscal sustainability of an entity as a whole by using RPG 1. And if you want to look at the program level, you can use RPG 3. And again, just to give another nod to the work the board's already done, there are 4 sustainability related examples in there that have already been developed that we can look to and point to as we develop the standard. So just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ. I'll go to Ram and then from the interest of time, so you can go on with the next questions for the CAG.
First of all, very good presentation, and the progress has got a timeline, so I'm hopeful that things would be achieved. But few observations here. Meaning, as you rightly said in the beginning, these topics are very complicated in the sense that there are multiplicity of agencies involved. It's not only the government, it is the private sector, the individual, the household, meaning everyone contributes to it. So perhaps when we make a standard in IPSAS board, it is more relevant for the public sector entities. They do follow it. But how will you sort of motivate the private sector to come on board and do it and measure it? Because in certain areas, private sector may be playing a very, very major role there. So that is one thing which we have to see. So after standard, perhaps we have a practice of having an implementation guide or something, that how do we go about implementing it so that we can measure the impact later on. For that, perhaps what you will need is a mapping, that when you want to achieve a particular thing, who are the major players in it, what type of activities they are doing, and how will you ensure that these come on board and play their role for you to be able to achieve your objective. Yeah.
Thank you, Ram. I'm going to go to Adnan first, and then Geoffrey, who's not cannot attend, unfortunately. Geoffrey's comments will be read by Aileen. So go ahead, Adnan.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you very much. I think Ross and Ian answered some of my concerns. I go back to the first question that was asked about the implementation of who is responsible for the policy making. And talking on behalf of the different UN agencies, I think one of the concerns we would have is we would be funded internally through our own budget, but then we would be doing work, say, with the European Commission or other donors on similar projects. So I'm trying to find the delineation between who is that policy setting owner. We've struggled for years, I think Ian will know, with revenue recognition, and Eileen as well. And we just settled that. But what worries me is we're going to get down this road of who owns the policy and how do you then say what is an internal responsibility and what is an external. To my mind, internally, I understand things like travel, staff, environmental costs of running my buildings, that sort of stuff I'm responsible for. But I'll give you a concrete example. Say I'm dealing with a project which is rebuilding roads in Syria. That has a sustainability and environmental aspect on it, but my donor is someone else. Is that my responsibility, or is that part of what I've taken on board when I accept the funds? I'm struggling to see how this reporting standard will then help us as the agencies try and work out what is it that we need to report upon. So I leave it at this moment because I know Ian said this is going to come up in the board and there's going to be a lot more discussion and hopefully, as usual, a lot more interaction. But I think there are some concerns we'd like to see about language as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Adnan. I'll go to Jan and Ross, or Ross and Jan, whenever.
Well, I think going back to the point, you know, we've got a lot of guidance already, and we do have guidance on agent and principal. And I think it's useful, I think, Adnan, that's useful that we need to bring that in this context, you know, in terms of essentially, is the UN organization just acting as funder and is managing a program on behalf of somebody else, or is it your program? And I think that so we obviously need to bring in that agent principal guidance. So thank you for that comment. I think that's helpful, and that will help clarify, I think.
Thank you, Jan. Ross? No? Okay. Is it okay if we take Key, or would you like to say some words? Time-wise, it's okay. I go on with Key then.
Okay, thanks. Firstly, I think this is a very clever approach. I think, and I appreciate IPSASB's report on this approach. Regarding the importance of classification between policy activities and own operation activities, I recommend IPSASB would give more clear definition and collect more examples of above to above activities from different countries. In practice, it's difficult for public sector in some jurisdictions to distinguish clearly these two activities, I think. So maybe IPSASB could offer more implementation guidance or illustrative examples, just like natural resource, I think, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you, Key, for your comments. Ross?
Yes. Yeah. So on that, and I think it kind of relates to Ram's point as well about implementation, and the board will consider that, but there will be a limit to the amount of examples that we can give because every jurisdiction will be slightly different. So there's part of the standard articulating clearly the guidance, but I think there will be implementation challenges that will have a jurisdictional perspective as well, where the jurisdiction will have to make decisions and regulate and decide which entities are applying what. The same way they do for financial reporting now. So, you know, we will get there, but I don't know if we'll get as far as maybe some people are wanting with very specific examples that might work for every, you know, level of government or every iteration of how the standard could be applied.
Thank you, Ross. Jen?
Yeah, I mean, the point about the information collection, I think, is going to be really interesting because I think this is going to be an area that actually demands greater transparency than maybe governments have been used to providing in the past. And I know from my own experience as a government official that you used to have to do a sort of regulatory impact assessment, and it was a kind of bureaucratic thing that you did right up front. And I think what we're saying here is actually you have major programs, be it actual cash passing through a program, or maybe you're regulating and imposing a cost or a tax or whatever. And actually what this is saying is if it's designed in a way that you want to deliver certain outcomes in terms of climate related targets, then actually for the duration of that program, you should be managing it and you should be monitoring its success in terms of delivering the outcome that was actually designed. So I think it is, then to enforcing the collection of data, well, it may well be that going forwards, then people need to think about how they design their program, because they will want to monitor, I don't know, greenhouse gas reductions across the sector or whatever. So there will be information collection requirements going forwards, and this is going to be part of that, that gradual implementation, getting a better picture of what's going on. Just one other thing that I think is useful to reflect on is we did, as a board, consider this point about, is it all impacts that we're discussing, or is it the direct impacts from programs? And the conclusion we've come to is that, consistent with the guidance in RPG3, we should focus on outcomes which are direct impacts. So not all impacts, indirect impacts and so on. It's the direct impacts, because actually if you go back to the model that you're being accountable for, it's about decision making and accountability. It's about reporting back to your primary stakeholders. So therefore, actually having it focused on outcomes is really what actually fits with that overall model.
Well,
thanks.
Thank you so much for your questions and comments and feedback on that first part of the session. And thank you for clarifying that important issue of the distinction between own operations and policy setting activities. Celine, do we want to go back to the presentation and go on with transition for the questions? Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. In the interest of time, we'll go on to transition. So, we wanted to get CAG advice and thoughts on transitional provisions. We had discussions at our March meeting in breakout groups, and we thought about a range of options. So from purely private sector aligned, so say IFRS S2, just having a 1 year relief for comparative information and scope 3, to all the way to C, which is some public sector specific alternative to give, say, a graduated or phased approach of adoption and reporting over time. And so I guess first, to be clear, when we think about the timing and these, when we say year 1, year 2, year 3, we also wanted to clarify that we know in the public sector there's many different pathways to adoption and getting to publishing reports, and it may be a multi-year journey, and there may be different pathways. But these, when we think about the date of adoption, we're talking about year 1. It's from when you start to report, when you have your first complete report in accordance with the IPSASB sustainability reporting standards. So that really would mean, say, from the first year of adoption, you would, in your first report, you may exclude comparative information and scope 3 GHG emissions, and then the second year you would have to start reporting those. And so there was some debate. I think that even within the team, we had we could see the pros and cons to both, to I guess both ends of the spectrum. And so what we'd like to propose, though, and get your feedback on, is really to be more closely aligned to that private sector approach. So really having a 1 year relief that would be excluding your scope 3 emissions for entities in their own operations reporting, excluding, when I think about the policy side, the changes from historical emissions. So really looking forward, excluding comparative information, and then that relief for timing of reporting in the first period. And so I think that the big takeaways and why we felt that 1 year relief rather than extending and graduating, it was really given the support and discussions we've had with the board, but also our sustainability reference group and topic working group, was that it's really driven by the urgency of the climate crisis, that we need to move forward. We need to provide that public sector leadership to advance and start reporting and providing that information. And that I think to Bernard's earlier point, we are part of the value chain of private sector, so that information will be needed. We need to start moving and start providing that information. Back to the World Bank report, there is this capital market significance and demand, and what we do see and hear are that investors, financial institutions are starting to ask public sector entities for this information. There is that clear demand, and it's starting to show itself now. And then finally, an interesting point was that the data may already be available in the public sector, perhaps even more than private sector at certain levels, at certain entities, but it may already be there given the commitments that the public sector has made to the Paris Agreement and national climate commitments. So that data may already be there. So it's a matter of starting to pull that together and bring that into reporting rather than waiting. And so just a quick sort of overview for you on our thinking, but we'd love to get CAG's thoughts on this approach for transition.
Thank you, Celine. In the interest of time, I'm going to go ahead, Ram. We can take the questions, but we've got 5 more minutes, 10 minutes, so that should be okay. But otherwise, we can take your comments of the meeting. So for those, don't feel frustrated anyway. So Ram, you wanted to come in, and then I'll go to Eileen for Jeffrey's, and then I've got 2 comments online, 2 people wanting to comment online. So go ahead, Ram.
Just a suggestion, meaning every situation is different, cannot be uniformly applied. But perhaps what can be done is that in the implementation, when we do for any activity which you want to achieve sustainability, first step may be to identify the critical elements in it for every government. And those critical elements need to be dealt with on priority. There may be some color coding or something or saying that these activities are something which are critical. So perhaps if they are not done, then the whole activity will not have any meaning. So, and that has to be done at a government level themselves. So when this color coding is done, at that point of time, you will be very clear that where action is most warranted. There, the option may not be given to the people to treat the things the way they can do. And the other areas which are not so important can be a lower priority. So if you want to, if this standard has to achieve the objective of sustainability, perhaps you will have to do that grading and implement it as a part of the implementation strategy to be able to achieve what you're trying to do.
Thank you, Ram. I go on with the comments so that we can collect as many comments as possible. So Eileen, would you like to read Geoffrey's comments?
Thanks, Fabienne. So I have some comments from Jeffrey from IPSASB regarding this agenda item. So first was regarding this transition timeframe. In case there is a longer delay being considered, would it be better to provide a delay in implementation for a year in order to publish at the same time, if that is intended as the norm? And then just as a point from the earlier agenda item regarding materiality, the objective of reporting and supporting users, he noted whether or not the users of climate information are the same as those interested in general financial statements, and would we expect the opposite to be true? So maybe some food for thought to take away.
Thank you, Eileen. I'll go to Paul next on team, and Agnieszka and Maya.
Thank you. I have a few comments. We're all for alignment with the private sector, but we're looking at the implementation of ESRS already in the EU, and there are very, very practical issues with this. Some of which we've already heard. We've already heard about capacity. But also, the recent elections in Europe have indicated that there's also a political issue as well. And to some degree, although we absolutely agree that sustainability is an essential matter, and especially in respect to climate change, the public appetite for it is demonstrably not what it was before the economic crisis. So I think being too prescriptive with transitional periods and especially with things like reporting Scope 3 emissions, for instance, will probably be a massive disincentive for people, for governments and for organisations trying to make first starts on this. And I've been involved in reporting on sustainability standards for smaller entities, and this is incredibly difficult for smaller entities. And obviously, the public sector has a huge number of smaller entities that would be expected to report on their own activities, if not the policy aspects. We're also a bit worried about the whole policy-related climate disclosures in respect of projects and proposals, and I think this will have to be very, very carefully defined if it's not to be gamed by people. So if we're just looking at disclosing policies to improve sustainability, well, that could feel like greenwashing if we're not also reporting on the impacts of things like granting subsidies to fossil fuel companies, for instance. And we also have issues in respect of this in this idea in the proposal to exempt existing policies at the time of adoption, because again, if these are supposed to include things like tax policies and tax incentives that may be going to high emitting industries, for instance, these programs could run for decades or have impacts on the climate for decades after the implementation date. So I think we definitely need more flexibility in the public sector, and especially in respect of Scope 3s, which are going to be an enormous challenge for everyone. So even the information you'll be getting from the private sector will probably be highly inaccurate initially anyway. Impact materiality, I think that's going to be a massive issue for the public sector. It's an enormous issue for private sector adopters. And when you think of the impacts that public sector policies and own activities have, I think this is going to be something that the IPSAS really will need to consider specialist guidance on. And it's good to hear actually that we're looking at already getting demands from financial organisations about this, and we expect to get demands from the private sector as well. But a lot of this is also likely to be extremely sector specific, and especially with climate change, there could be a big thing about getting sector specific standards out for certain public sector entities. But I appreciate that's probably going to be a lot longer time period. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Paul. I'll have Jan step in at that moment.
I just wanted to come in on materiality because the board very early took the decision that we will not be looking at double materiality, it's single materiality, and that fits with the board's decision that we will only be looking at outcomes, not the indirect impacts. So I just wanted to be very clear that that is the decision the board has made. It's materiality. Single materiality and outcomes, not all impacts.
Thank you, Jan, for clarifying that point. So I go to Tim. I think it's Agnieszka, Mia, and Lena, and that will be the end of the comments we can take on today, because otherwise we're going to be late for lunch. And maybe Ross, do you want to step in now, or?
I just want to make a quick one on this idea of transition. And I mean, there's a couple of other issues that make it a little more complicated. So this is the transition requirements that'll be in our standard if a jurisdiction decides to adopt it. So jurisdictions can also adopt the standard and then do their own transition requirements, as they've done when they nationalize a standard. So we had this discussion with various groups in developing the proposals the board will discuss this week. And it was decided that going out for exposure, we shouldn't be too loose with transition, because inevitably people are going to come back and ask us to loosen it up. And we should make them make the arguments for where we loosen it instead of starting at a low level, because inevitably there'll be pushback. So we could debate this probably for the next 3 years about what should be in transition, but we've got to go out with something.
Thank you, Ross. Tim, your turn.
Sorry, Ross, but to risk to add to the debate. But first of all, I actually, when I had my last comment, I didn't say thank you for all the work and the update and the progress thus far, because I think it's fantastic how far you've got, and I should have prefaced anything I said with that. And we're obviously the World Bank greatly in support of this work. So on this issue, I think there is, I'm a great fan of pragmatism, and I think but I think this issue at an entity level, I think that transition plan makes sense. But as I think Paul mentioned, that there are a public sector is full of a mixed bag of entities, and they're probably in a transition plan. One shouldn't be. I don't think in any country could you be expecting to ask all entities to adopt at the same time in the same year these standards. So there needs to be some kind of phasing of entities, and I think with this would be some I don't know, recommendation of targeting the entities which A, would have the capability, but also B, are most impactful for climate as well. So looking at a list of sectors: energy, water, infrastructure, etc., forestry. So there are various types of entities which are more likely to be impactful on climate than others. And I also get back to this as often I sit in conversations about climate where we don't actually talk about the actual actions related to public sector actions related to addressing climate change, whether it's flood mitigation or move to renewable energies, etc. So I think it's important that we do think about it, and maybe one of the tasks that IPSASB could do is actually developing the standards, is sort of road test it on a number of sectors. So I think that's it. And also, I think in terms of transition, there's one thing about the entity operational level, and there's the other about the policy as well, and thinking about what is the transition in terms of policy. And I'll also go back to the information requirements, and the information requirements will be different in different sectors, and that probably dictates the feasibility of collecting information, dictates the transition as well. And that, again, may be different for different sectors. So yeah, although Ross, get your point, I think it is this is complicated,
to say the least. I think it's Agnieszka, Maya, and Lena.
Okay, so I'll be brief because two things that I wanted to say have been already mentioned, and one of them is entity versus jurisdiction level, because I think that I know that the addressee of the standard is the entity, but maybe you could think of some kind of guidelines for the jurisdictions on additional, let's say, transitional relief, and that connects with a different issue that has already been raised and which is extremely important, and we can experience that in the European Union with last election and with all of this that happened with the European Green Deal. And I can hear you, Celine, saying this is an important urgency, but do we have a common understanding of that urgency? If we impose too much and too short deadlines, then we experience pushback, and that's counterproductive. So we have to somehow balance, with what we impose. We should more convince to do something than impose, and that's the question for all the jurisdictions. And I can understand that the standards are for the entity itself, but maybe building on that, some kind of additional guidance for the jurisdiction, how can offer more relief, because in the end, we want those standards to be adopted. If they are too strict, that may influence the decision of the individual jurisdiction whether to go into that direction or not. And I'm speaking from the point of view of our jurisdiction and thinking how we can present the actually final work of the board. Yeah.
Thanks, Agnieszka. Maya?
I have to apologize if what I'm going to ask has already been discussed maybe in previous meetings. But just going back to the presentation this morning, it was stressed that about the importance of consistency with information. financial information or information in financial statements with this information that is going to be required in sustainability standards. And thinking about jurisdictions that are in the process of adopting IPSAS, accrual IPSAS, or haven't yet made this move, going to be in the doing this change in the future, and it's obviously an overwhelming process for them. Have you thought about giving them sort of this extended transition period when it comes to implementing sustainability standards and requirements for reporting on sustainability? Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Maybe we'll go to Lena and
Thank you. My question is going to be maybe a little bit different from some of the other comments that have been made, so I don't repeat. I wanted to ask about whether in transition and maybe even beyond transition, what staff is proposing in terms of the methodology. So S2 talks specifically about, I think it's a relief in the first annual reporting period to use a method other than the DHT methodology. So is that something that's going to be built into the IPSASB standard as a relief for first year, or what happens in year 2 and year 3? And if there's different methodologies, and I'm guessing this will come up during the board discussions this week about, pros and cons, about comparability, what people are used to, perhaps debate about the effectiveness or even differences that exist using current methodology versus other things that might have come up in the last decade that might be available by the time this standard is effective in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Thank you all. Thank you very much for that very passionate discussion, for those very passionate comments. We are now past the time for lunch, but if we could get back here at 1:40, so it's a bit less than an hour, but you want to, sorry, I hadn't seen, okay, go on.
I just wanted to thank the CAG. I think that's been a very helpful discussion, and it does show what a difficult issue this is going to be, because ultimately, as an international standard setter, our standards, each jurisdiction has to make the decision to adopt our standards. And I think, so the understanding about which types of entity you would apply the standard to will inevitably be taken at a jurisdiction level, and you wouldn't necessarily decide to apply it across all types of organizations at the same point in time. I think also, and to the point about making change, I think some of that will be, the kind of proverbial 80-20 rule, that there will be certain types of organization that you want to move ahead more quickly because they will have a proportionately greater impact in terms of delivering targets. And so I think we're going to have to get those kinds of nuances over in the guidance that we give, because ultimately it will be a jurisdiction decision, and the drivers are different to implementation of the IPSASB standards, which is clearly driven by the capital markets imperatives. So I think we'll need to get some of that thinking into how we approach this, and perhaps the choices, so maybe it's more indicators rather than requirements. But thank you very much to the CAG members. I think that's been a very helpful discussion. It's just opened that, the issues up in a way that I think the board will want to reflect on when we get to this on Wednesday. So thank you.
Thank you, Jan. So yes, a lot to take in from the board here to feed the discussions in the rest of the week. So thank you again, and enjoy the lunch, and 1:40.
Oh, perfect. Hello? Yeah. Hello? Okay.
Okay, so 140 is no passed, so I expect everyone back to the table. Jan also, come on. I think Sheila's still missing. Okay, so thank you for joining us back to the room and online. I'm now opening the afternoon session of the CAG meeting. So our next technical topic is about the presentation of financial statements project. Before I hand over to Antonella and Anthony for the presentation, let me introduce Antonella Risi. Antonella is an Associate Director at the Public Sector Accounting Board in Canada. She's been instrumental in leading the development of the new Canadian public sector reporting model, which was approved in March 2023. Antonella began her career at Deloitte, and she's been a regular contributor to the work of the IPSASB due to her commitment to advancing public sector reporting. So now Antonella and Anthony are going to take us through the latest developments before launching questions to the CAG and the discussion. Anthony, I think you're first, so go ahead.
Yep, thank you, Fabienne. I trust everyone enjoyed the lunch break and continued the discussions on the important topic of sustainability reporting. So as we reconvene, we now shift our focus back to the IPSASB financial reporting work program. This afternoon, we start with agenda item 5, presentation of financial statements. This project is considering how the financial information required by IPSAS, so we've got a large volume of IPSAS standards that require all sorts of disclosures. So how should that information be presented in financial statements by public sector entities, including governments, to make that information understandable and accessible to users? For accountability and for the use of accountability and decision-making purposes. So just some opening comments from myself, and then we'll get into the specific questions in the agenda papers. We'll have a short presentation. So as we know, the general purpose financial statements provide a verifiable source of information about an entity's financial performance, financial position, and cash flows for a specified period of time, prepared under the accrual basis of accounting. According to IPSAS, these statements and their notes provide critical information to users, including citizens that rely on that information. The financial statements of governments and other public sector entities, which confirm the actual results for a period, provide key inputs also for other PFM reporting frameworks, such as budgets and long-term fiscal sustainability reporting considerations. So for these reasons, the IPSASB commenced last year a project on the presentation of financial statements to explore opportunities for improvement. The current standard IPSAS 1 has been largely unchanged since the year 2000. But yes, we do have an existing standard, so we're looking for opportunities to improve and enhance the current requirements, the current principles, to improve the communication effectiveness of those financial statements that all of us have built careers on, spending many hours preparing and having audited and then getting published. How can we get that final published set of financial statements that often goes onto a website to improve the communication effectiveness of that information? So I'll move on after those opening comments. So I'll just provide a quick fairly brief on the project to date, especially for new CAG members, and then we'll get into the agenda item for specific discussion. Okay, as a quick recap, the project objective is, as I've said, is a focus on improving communication effectiveness. At least I always pause on the term presentation and what we actually mean by presentation. And it is far-reaching. It's focused on the selection of information. So when we're talking about that, we're definitely building in the concept of materiality and many other underlying principles that go with the presentation of financial statements. We're talking about the location of information. Should certain information go in what the ISB terms primary financial statements on your balance sheet, your profit and loss, your cash flow statement? So what information should go there? And then what information should then go to your notes
So where is the best location for certain types of information? And how do we develop principles around that to promote consistent practice? And then it's the organization of the information. What is the order of the statements? What is the structure of the statements? How do we put everything together so it fits together and makes sense? So this idea of presentation definitely covers, is far-reaching and covers a number of areas. So as we continue to get into the project, it's only getting bigger, but we've got a program and we're very focused on meeting our deadlines. So some of the key decisions to date and an update for CAG members of what's happened since the last meeting with you is that, yes, we've approved the project brief last September to develop a new IPSAS. So it'll be a brand new standard, not an amending standard, but a new standard to replace the current IPSAS 1. But we're not starting with a blank sheet of paper. We do have an existing standard to the right there. We have got a new standard issued by the International Accounting Standards Board, IFRS 18, which will provide a very strong starting point for us to consider enhancements. But because IPSAS 1 goes back to 2000, there's a lot more that we need to consider than just IFRS 18 to bring it up to date with best practice and make sure it's fit for purpose for the public sector. The board has specifically decided to take a phased approach, starting with a consultation paper, but that will start with a full illustrative exposure draft that allows us to illustrate what the IPSASB's preliminary reviews will look like. Everyone, when you talk about presentation of financial statements, want to know, well, what are the financial statements going to look like? So this will provide us the opportunity to do exactly that, but also explain the underlying principles and if anything's changing there. Because of course that people's minds always lead to, okay, has anything changed around materiality? Has anything changed around how you aggregate information, how you disaggregate information? The underlying principles are maybe not so exciting for some people, but they're equally important to know how we actually developed what those financial statements will look like. The point down the bottom there, saying the focus on the statement of financial position, financial performance, and statement of changes in net assets equity is really highlighting a key difference of this project from the IASB. The IASB project was very much focused on their profit and loss, hardly near to no change to their balance sheet, no changes to anything else, other than some principles around what goes in the notes. The IPSASB project is much larger, and we are considering the whole set of financial statements and how they're going to work together, how they're going to fit together, and definitely not just a focus on the profit and loss or statement of financial performance. We're looking at that whole suite. Key feedback we received from the CAG at our last meeting, where we explored the concept of allowing for different presentation approaches or different options that jurisdictions or entities could choose from when deciding how they want to present their information when they sit back and consider the nature of the entity and their user needs. And we got quite strong feedback from the CAG of, yes, we want you to go away and consider those different options. And so at this stage, we're at the exploratory stage. We haven't made any final decisions, but we're definitely taking forward that principle of exploring and seeing what we can do in that space. Of course, that always conflicts or collides with the idea and standard setting of having comparability and consistency. And many of us as standard setters like having one approach, but we are exploring this idea of having different presentation approaches. But the underlying principles absolutely have to be the same, but you can do things differently after that. The IPSASB finally in the last 6 months have looked at the elements of the financial statements, how we define assets, liability, revenue, expenses. It's important to highlight that the IPSASB spent many time looking at this in their conceptual framework and has recently updated their conceptual framework of how you define the financial elements, when and how you recognise assets, liability, revenue, and expenses. This project is focused on presentation. It's not going to open up those definitions, and the board agreed that we should be updating the standard to make sure they align with the IPSASB's conceptual framework, given all the work that's been done in that space over the last 2 to 3 years. That hard work's been done.
So we're not opening up that debate. Just the timeline, and really just a couple of points I wanted to highlight in the timeline. And that's one, that we're focused on issuing the consultation paper and illustrative exposure draft June 2025, approving at that date. There will be some focus group meetings early next year where we'll have the actual what the financial statements look like. They'll be much more evolved and we can bounce it around different user groups. So we want to do that before we issue the document, but we're very focused on that timeline. And the other thing I wanted to highlight on this timeline is what everyone usually says to me is, when are we looking at the statement of financial performance? Everyone's very excited about that, and rightfully so. So just highlighting that we have got to focus on the statement of financial performance, or some might call it the profit and loss, over the remainder of this calendar year. But of course, we needed to start somewhere, and we've started, at least at this meeting, with the statement of financial position. But rest assured, the way you present and the way you classify revenue and expenses, are we going to bring in the concept of OCI? Yes, we've had some early discussions about all of that, and that all those discussions are coming, not today. Okay, so the focus of the rest of this session is on the classification of assets and liabilities on what we describe as the face of the statement of financial position. We know the statement of financial position, commonly called the balance sheet, has got your total assets, got your total liabilities, giving you a residual balance of net assets equity. But after that, to what extent should we be seeking to classify those asset and liability line items into broad groups to make it easier for a user picking up this statement for the first time and trying to do some analysis of it? So based on the work of the IPSASB over the last quarter, we've identified that there's broadly two approaches that are used by public sector entities internationally. One is the current non-current approach. That's very much aligned with IFRS, and what you've seen, if you've got a commercial background, you should have a high awareness of that current non-current split. But we've also seen a growing trend across public sector entities and jurisdictions of classifying assets and liabilities, splitting them by non-financial. And Antonella's going to do a short presentation explaining that new approach and the benefits of that. And of course, there is also under IPSAS and also IFRS an order of liquidity approach that is very much set up in both frameworks as being available on an exception basis. But you do see that being used by mainly financial institutions, reserve banks, central banks. So we've recognised that also, that approach exists. So very briefly, I've just got one slide. The current non-current approach is at least what I would describe as the traditional approach. But that's because of my background. It's what I've grown up with. I've used this approach for preparing a balance sheet from when I was back in college. And I've really only used this approach, maybe audit of liquidity on a rare occasion. But this is what I've grown up from, being based in New Zealand and very used to, and just makes complete sense to me because I've grown up with it. But it has got a very for-profit business cycle focus based on liquidity and being able to pay your debts as they fall due. And the distinction between current and non-current is all about when can you convert assets to cash and when do you expect to settle liabilities with cash. So all based around that. Yes, if anyone, I'm sure there's plenty of people in the room that's got an audit background. You can have long debates around whether something's current or non-current. Those debates still exist and will continue. The principles around this are fairly well settled and fairly well understood. And IFRS 18 from the ISB have continued this approach, and they didn't relook at it. They didn't identify a need to reopen the discussion. So the requirements in IAS 1 have carried forward from the ISB perspective into IFRS 18. With that, we'll hand across to Antonella, that's going to explain the other approach that we are seeing being increasingly used by public sector entities.
Thank you, Anthony. And hello, everyone. And thank you to IPSASB staff for allowing me to present Canada's Public Sector Accounting Board's approach to classifying assets and liabilities as financial and non-financial. This approach is a very important approach as it provides transparency to important data points that allow the users to assess a public sector entity's financial sustainability. Now, this is the why. And before I dig deeper into the why, I did want to give you some insight into the how or the approach. The determination of whether an asset is financial or non-financial is primarily based on how it would be used. A financial asset is an asset that could be used to discharge financial liabilities or to spend on future operations. And financial assets usually include cash and accounts receivable, inventories for sale, and investments. On the other hand, a non-financial asset is an asset that does not meet the definition of a financial asset. And these usually include property, plant, and equipment, inventories held for use, prepaid expenses, and intangible assets. And all assets will fall into one of these two categories. With respect to liabilities, the determination of whether a liability is financial or non-financial is primarily based on how the liability is expected to be settled. So a financial liability is a liability that is expected to be settled through the use of financial assets. A financial liability represents a financial resource requirement arising from past events. Settling the financial liability requires the use of financial assets. And liabilities that meet the definition of financial liabilities include accounts payable and accrued liabilities, liabilities for employee future benefits, and borrowings. On the other hand, a non-financial liability is a liability that does not meet the definition of a financial liability. And a non-financial liability does not represent a financial resource requirement. At the financial statement date, a non-financial liability is not expected to be settled through the use of financial assets. So you're probably wondering, well, then how are non-financial liabilities settled? Well, a non-financial liability is expected to be settled, for example, through the transfer of a non-financial asset. So liabilities that meet the definition of a non-financial liability are rare, but include obligations arising from transfers where the recipient must use the property, plant, and equipment that is constructed with the transfer to provide services over a specified number of years. And as with the asset side, all liabilities will fall into one of these two classifications. Now, we thought it might be helpful to see the two approaches side by side to allow you to compare them. The slide is not moving. I don't know if you want to try that. There you go. Anthony has the magic touch. So from an asset perspective, there are some key differences, and those relate to investments, inventory, and prepaid assets. In the financial and non-financial approach, because investments are used to settle financial liabilities, both short-term and long-term investments are classified as financial assets. With respect to inventory, because it could be sold or used by the entity, the financial and non-financial approach requires that an entity identifies the purpose of the inventory to then determine its classification. And finally, with prepaid assets, because there are a prepayment for something, and so they cannot be used to settle a financial liability, they are grouped in the non-financial asset category. On the liability side, there are also a few similarities and differences. In the financial and non-financial approach, all accounts payable, loans, and employee future benefits and certain revenues that are received in advance are financial liabilities because they will be settled through financial assets. And so you may be wondering, why are there these differences? Well, one of the objectives of the financial and non-financial approach is to compare financial assets with financial liabilities to determine whether an entity has enough resources to settle financial liabilities and provide services into the future, or whether the entity needs to raise financial resources to settle financial liabilities. Essentially, this approach helps determine an entity's financial sustainability. Next slide, please. In Canada's public sector environment, one of the benefits of classifying assets and liabilities as financial and non-financial is to ensure that the calculation of the net financial assets or net financial liabilities indicator, which is also referred to by many around the globe as the net debt indicator, reflects its original meaning. And this indicator is calculated as the difference between financial assets and financial liabilities. A net financial asset position means that there are financial assets available to provide services and or settle financial liabilities. On the other hand, a net financial liabilities position means there is a need for financial resources to settle financial liabilities that have arisen in the past. It essentially represents a lien on existing and future financial assets and affects an entity's ability to finance its activities, provide services, and settle its financial liabilities in the future. This is an important affordability indicator in the Canadian public sector environment. In Canada, the financial and non-financial approach resulted in the statement of financial position you see on the left side of the slide, and this is a condensed version. The feedback that we have heard is that the statement of financial position is understandable while also capturing an important aspect of the public sector, which is the financial and non-financial nature of assets and liabilities to help users determine an entity's financial sustainability. Now, the financial and non-financial approach does not prohibit an entity to also disclose information about the current and non-current approach in the notes to the financial statements if it wishes to do so. So even if a jurisdiction or if IPSASB does not require the calculation or the reporting of the net debt indicator, the financial and non-financial classification has a whole bunch of other benefits. First, it facilitates financial accountability as it provides an accountability to the user for past spending decisions. Secondly, it allows for better resource management decisions. Governments and public sector entities are required to manage their resources effectively to ensure that they can meet financial obligations into the future. By categorizing assets and liabilities into financial and non-financial components, entities can better assess if they have enough financial resources to settle financial obligations, enabling them to make informed decision-making regarding resource allocation and fiscal planning. Also, the approach allows for the ability to make decisions on service delivery. And public sector entities exist to provide essential services to the public. Ensuring the availability of resources is crucial for sustainable service delivery and meeting the evolving needs of the public. The financial and non-financial distinction helps identify resources that can be used to provide service provision and those that are available to provide services. Financial assets are available to settle financial liabilities. Non-financial assets are less flexible because they can only be used to provide services. So this approach also allows the users to see the flexibility of a public sector entity and its resiliency. Does the public sector entity have sufficient financial resources to continue into the future? If we continue to focus on users and their needs, the financial and non-financial approach provides clarity and transparency over a few different important pieces of information, such as those shown on the left side of the slide. This clarity and transparency allows for an increased understanding of the information presented about financial position, and it allows decision makers to make important decisions. So for example, if financial liabilities are greater than financial assets, this provides a clear signal to users and policymakers that either revenues, such as taxes, may need to be increased, services may need to be reduced, or non-financial assets may need to be sold. And lastly, and maybe the most important benefit, is related to IPSASB's conceptual framework. In Chapter 2 of IPSASB's conceptual framework, where it talks about users' needs, it mentions that service recipients and resource providers will need information about the entity's capacity to fund its activities and to meet its operational objectives in the future, also known as financial capacity. It also says that users need information about the physical and other resources available to support the provision of services in the future, also known as operational capacity. So we in Canada believe that the financial and non-financial approach will allow users to see an entity's financial and operational capacity. All this to say that we in Canada believe that the financial and non-financial approach is consistent with the IPSASB's conceptual framework, thereby making it appropriate for the Canadian public sector. And so that's the end of my speech. I will turn it over to you, Anthony. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Antonella. That was absolutely perfect. So now we move into the questions for the CAG, and as provided in the papers. And Fabienne, did you want me to?
Go ahead, maybe with the question, yeah, if you want to read it.
Okay. So you'll note there's two questions. The second question is talking about how much flexibility should we allow in the standards, and that will get into comments around, should we have one approach? Should we have two approaches? Should we do something else? For this first question, we're really interested in the CAG feedback on if you had to choose one classification approach, not quite a gun to your head, but if you had to choose a classification approach, which one would it be? So I'll open up for CAG feedback on that.
Thank you, Anthony, and thank you, Antonella, for that very good presentation. So I guess we should go do the first question first, and then have comments on the second one. So who wants to start? Ross, okay.
I just wanted to say thanks as well to Antonella for a great presentation on the Canadian new presentation model. I think that was very informative. I found that really helpful. It left me with one comment that I think we need to explore is, do our different definitions for financial assets, financial liabilities, and our differences in financial instrument standards drive a presentational difference or not, or could we take that approach forward?
Thank you, Ross. I go to Agnieszka next.
Actually, Ross, you keep stealing my questions and comments, because that was exactly my question. So I put down the flag.
Well, that's a very good comment to make, questions to make anyway, Agnieszka. Sheila?
I know it was an either or question, but I would say both. To go ahead and use the quote traditional approach, and then do another calculation of the net position using the financial assets. They do a similar thing in the US for state and local governments. They have their assets, current liabilities, and assets, long-term liabilities, long-term assets. And then they come to the net position, And then they break that net position down, and I'll be specific on how they do it, is they take and have a line that's called capital assets, net of debt related to those capital assets. Then they have assets that are restricted. So those would be restricted by contract, i.e. we got a money for a grant and we can only use that. Sometimes legislators will restrict the assets, that these assets can only be used for a specific purpose. And then they come down to what I think is the most valuable number in the financial statements of state and local governments in the US, which is unrestricted assets. And these are assets that would be available for future, to pay future bills. But if it's a negative, and when it's a negative number, it means that the government needs money to pay the bills that it has already accumulated, which indicates that despite the government's claims of balanced budgets, they really haven't balanced their budgets because they have pushed costs onto future taxpayers. So I think it's useful. I think the traditional method is very useful because one, as you mentioned, it is the traditional method and that's what people are used to. But for governments, it is also useful to know what assets do I have available to pay, or what assets have I incurred liabilities that I don't have assets available to pay bills, and that helps majorly with accountability.
Oh, Russ, okay, thank you.
Maybe a couple of thoughts. So on your options, if we had this financial, non-financial approach, is the order of liquidity approach really a separate approach, or is it a derivative of that approach? Because we don't have that now. That's why I think you have order of liquidity. But if we had already classifying by financial, non-financial, is that really a separate option or a derivative? I don't know the answer. It's a question. And I did have one follow-on question for Antonella based on the presentation. So this is the new Canadian reporting model. Has it already been implemented, and how are public sector entities in Canada finding it? Are they finding this better than the old net debt approach? Where do things stand in Canada?
Thank you, Russ. Do you want to step in?
Thank you, Ross, for the question. So I should contextualize that in Canada, yes, they're already using the financial non-financial approach to assets. And then, so what we've done that's new in Canada that hasn't been implemented yet is the financial and non-financial approach to liabilities. And we had to separate the liabilities into this classification because we noticed that there's certain liabilities that don't get settled using financial assets. And I noticed in reading your new revenue standard as well, that you're also sort of entering this world where some liabilities are settled through the use of property, plant, and equipment. So the asset side is already implemented, and the liability side will not be implemented until 2026. And I think because it's very new, I think there's going to be a lot of questions. And so one of the things that we've done in the standard is we've provided a lot of guidance in relation to the financial and non-financial approach for the liability side, because that's where we believe there's going to be a lot of questions. And we felt the right thing to do was to provide as much guidance to help preparers and users understand the new approach. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Antonella. I go to Eileen then for Jeffrey's comments, and then to Ram, Lana, and Agnieszka.
Thank you, Chair. So I received comments from Jeffrey in his absence to share with the CAG. So he had a preference for the current and non-current approach. He noted that while it isn't perfect for each situation, it does have the advantage of being familiar and comparable across a wide range of users and uses. In contrast, he noted that the financial, non-financial presentation approach might be a little less intuitive, as there is some confusion on the distinction between financial and non-financial. Now, one of the main drivers that he noted is that it seems to be about distinguishing between what's more liquid and less liquid assets. So then in that case, it is largely satisfied by the current and non-current approach as well. He noted that for the order of liquidity approach, which he did admit he was not too familiar with before, but has observed through the paper itself, that generally it is presented in terms of relatively broad categories. And there is the higher likelihood that within these categories, there is a variety of liquidity profiles. So he noted that there likely is an expectation that the true order of liquidity for the presentation would require a greater level of granularity, which wouldn't necessarily suit the primary financial statements. He noted overall that the main driver for both the financial and non-financial and the order of liquidity approaches is to reflect liquidity rather than some of the other purposes such as emissions, for example. And so this objective is equally or almost as well served by the current and non-current approach, but it also has that benefit of familiarity and the wide range of applications.
Thank you, Aileen. So next, Ram. So I take Ram, Lana, and Agnieszka.
Really nice presentation. And you added it to the objectives so that it serves one of the objectives. That was pretty smart. But one thing I would like to say it here, look, it doesn't change anything. Only thing is that you're trying to say that the financial solvency of the government is better served through this. But in a government account, when you see in a public sector entity, they're not something which is meaning most of the loans are over a period of 3 to 5 years. And what is due in this particular year may be shown separately. I think that's what the whole idea is. But then, like a government is a sovereign government. So to say that it will sort of default on a loan is a very difficult proposition. They'll raise taxes or borrow or do something to do that. So their solvency is always taken, their credit rating is always, is very high, meaning for most of the sovereign governments, as I see. But what we do in India is that perhaps there is an analysis or the fiscal sustainability part of the government is discussed separately in notes to accounts, which discusses the whole thing over a period of time, say 3 to 5 years. So if a reader goes through that, they get a better perspective about the accounts rather than making it a part of the accounts. So just an observation. I leave it to you.
Thank you, Ram. Next, Lana.
Thank you, Chair. I knew this was going to be an interesting topic, and I wanted to leave some space kind of in between for other members between Antonella's presentation and my comments. And Anthony, you said, well, if we had to choose, what would we choose? And I'll answer that first, but I think you'll see that I'm also casting slightly wider net in my comments. So if I had to choose, I think I would choose the financial, non-financial approach, very much swayed by, we're used to that in terms of the financial assets presentation here in Canada. And just to add to Antonella's comments about the transparency on the entity's management of its financial resources, I fully agree that it does facilitate the calculation of the entity's net assets, or the old net debt calculation. It is a key indicator for fiscal health. And I think that there is significant value in providing this information to users. So I think it does signal, among other things, the operational capacity of the public sector entity. And for example, it does drive future decisions and thinking about what comes next, right? How are we going to generate higher revenues? Can we receive higher revenues? And then is there any appetite to decrease expenditures and spending? Those are very hard decisions to make. And I think the indicator leads the conversation to talking about it. Another aspect I wanted to raise is a bit about the longevity of the public sector. So it's a concept that's discussed in the Canadian Public Sector Accounting Standards Conceptual Framework, talking about how governments are long-term institutions under normal expectations. They're expected to operate in perpetuity. A lot of those comments, I think, were brought up when the going concern standard was possibly opened and talking about, but I wanted to draw that parallel a bit into this conversation about the presentation of assets and liabilities. And maybe just in a very simple way to bring in the current, non-current approach. In a way, at its basic level, this approach is qualifying items as current using a timeline of within a year. And that to me kind of seems like a little bit of a short window in the aspect of thinking about public sector entities and how long governments might be in place and making decisions and how they're planning generally is longer than 12 months. So having said all of that, I do think that there is a counter argument that flexibility is something that should be looked at and not dismissed. So the current non-current approach, as you say, is well known, it's accepted, it's understood. And even within the Canadian context, we do have a framework that uses the IFRS framework, which uses the current non-current approach. So it is very framed around user needs. And I think going back to chapter 2 and looking back to user needs and perhaps within different entities, different types of industries, could there be an approach that is more reasonable and more accepted? Can definitely be a road that should be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you, Lana. Agnieszka?
Thank you, Fabienne. So if I'm to choose, probably that would be current, non-current, but that may be also an issue of education. So I may not be objective here, but I have to say that I'm very concerned about the, let's say, purity of concept. So I'm looking forward to your comments, how that financial, non-financial refer to financial instruments, but also I'm not sure how that refers to GFS. So if we're producing new concepts and there is something else behind them, that makes a lot of uncertainty. And also my understanding is that going away from the private sector should be justified. So I can hear your explanation, Antonella, about let's say the analysis of this information, but I have to admit I struggle with it as well, because if we take non-financial liability, so liability to deliver, so I can assume that some of this delivery is made through the use of resources like property, plant and equipment, but also in some cases you have to anyway use financial resources, that's financial assets to actually deliver. So I'm not sure whether that's really like possible to, let's say, tag all of these assets and liabilities and link them together. I'm not sure whether that's really something that is let's say, very clear. There may be different circumstances. That's all.
Thank you, Agnieszka. Do you want to step in, say some words?
Yeah, it'd be useful to come in now because we've had a few comments asking about how would you go about defining the distinction in IPSAS between financial and non-financial. And this highlights a key challenge that we would have in standardizing the financial, non-financial approach. At the moment, many jurisdictions define net debt differently, and that's defined because they put things in different buckets between what they define in their jurisdiction of being financial assets and non-financial assets or liabilities. If we used the financial instrument definitions, that would put us in a different position than how the Canadian model has been defined for financial, non-financial. So that would be different. That would put us in a different position on the edges around how GFS define financial, non-financial. So there's definitely a standard setting challenge in how we do that. And everyone's doing it differently at the moment.
Great, thank you. I'll go to those online because they've been waiting for a long time now. So I'll start with Gustavo, then Paul, and then Adnan.
Thank you. I would like to add a consideration. In most countries, the budget is annual. So the current non-current approach helps link that information with the assets that are going to become part of the budget and the liabilities that the budget need to finance. So given the importance of a budget in the jurisdictions, I think that's a strong argument to support the current approach. And other approach, of course, I think could be optionals. Thank you.
Thank you, Gustavo. Paul?
Thank you, Chair. I think basically we had the same issue from my respondents. Most of them prefer current, non-current, but I think without any conceptual reason. It's primarily because that's what they're used to. That's what they were trained at. A lot of them have private sector training, and those are just the standards and the formats that they've grown up with. There was some response favourable for the financial versus non-financial approach, in particular feeling that it does allow fiscal sustainability issues to be better contextualised. But this was mainly in particular for certain departments and perhaps for higher levels of government. Also, a question to Antonella. I may have misheard this, but in the presentation, was it stated that non-financial liabilities are rare? In which case, doesn't that kind of lead to the tail wagging the dog a bit with the financial versus non-financial presentation? If these circumstances are rare, then why change the whole? Well, I suppose in your case, you kept the formats you were using, but it just struck me as a strange comment for supporting this approach.
Danielle, you want to go back on that?
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, you're absolutely right. I did mention that from a liability perspective, non-financial liabilities are rare. What we heard from the Canadian public sector, though, is that there are some liabilities that are non-financial in nature, which started distorting the net debt calculation. And so the net debt calculation net debt no longer was telling users what it was supposed to be telling users. So then we decided to go down the road of financial and non-financial liabilities because we felt that it clarified the net debt indicator.
Thank you, Antonella. Adnan, next.
Thank you, Chair. I think from my side, I'm just talking on behalf of the 26 UN agencies on this one. It's an interesting concept, and as an accountant, I find it something that I'd like to see how it actually pans out. But from our point of view as a system, I think we're happy with the current non-current approach on the basis that it is actually understood. Our member states and the organization I'm in, 187 member states around the world, understand the approach. And when we start to veer away from what is accepted, say with IFRS, we get questions of why is this different and why is this better? And I think we had enough questions around things like IPSAS 41 coming in. Why are you doing this compared to whatever else? So I think from a user point of view, I'm not sure it's worth the difference. But I think for some agencies, potentially in the future, it may be a better presentation. So I'll answer question 2 as well. I think there is a possibility of having the option to use it. But I think we would like to see it go forwards on the basis of a choice so that we don't have to change that. And I think the other part of it is really, it's not really broken. We have enough detail in the statements, at least from our side, that we don't really see the need for actually changing this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Adnan. I'll go to Key next, and then Ada.
Thanks, Chair. I think it's a difficult question for CAG. Both of two approaches have their own advantages, just like you mentioned in presentation. But I think one major concern for users of government financial reports, like balance sheet, is the debt risk faced by government. Classify assets and liabilities only based on liquidity and calculating indicators like ICE's liability ratio or working capital does not accurately show the government's true ability to repay debt. I think there may be 2 reasons. The first one is non-financial assets, such as government reserves, are not typically used to repay debts and should not be weighted equally with financial assets when calculating the assets liability ratio. And the second one is non-financial liabilities generally do not involve interest payment and remain relatively stable, so posing no direct risk of default or bankruptcies to the governments. So I recommend classify items as current or non-current, and then breaking them down further into financial or non-financial. Gives a more comprehensive view of government's financial position. While this approach, I know, may cost more, it provides richer information to users of financial statements. This helps them better assess both long-term and short-term financial risks faced by governments. So in conclusion, combining approach A and with approach B best meets the goals of public sector financial reporting. And this method, I think, provides a more accurate view of government's financial position and the debt repayment abilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. I'll go to Jan first, sorry, Eda, and then Anthony.
I think it's a very interesting discussion, and in many respects, I think most people have admitted that they've grown up with the current, non-current, and I do wonder whether, if you look at the historical, the main use of balance sheets being in the private sector, in a sense, that's a kind of proxy for the sort of short-term, liquidity and where I would focus. And I think that's where some of the comments that have come are around the different nature of the public sector as a whole in terms of looking at the longer term perspective. And that's really where we were trying to deal with that in recommended practice guideline 1. And I just reflect there that actually in looking at that, we recognize that the time horizon and the factors would depend on the nature of the organization and where it sits in the public sector. Because if you look at whole of government, necessarily you're going to have to look at longer term perspectives like the aging population, economic rates of economic growth and things like that. If you sit somewhere differently in the public sector, which is you're more, say, the majority of your funding comes from different levels of government, then you have different perspectives in terms of how much revenue can I rely on, because my grant might be cut and that kind of thing. And therefore, different time horizons, much shorter time horizons become more important, so on. So I'm not really kind of giving an answer there, but I think it actually is showing that it's a much more nuanced issue than just 1 year, more than 1 year. But I think RPG1 actually is worthwhile looking at. And it may be that actually if you're using that, then maybe you need to think about, okay, in constructing those projections, actually, which factors will I draw in? So it may not be a one size fits all, but I just thought it was useful to remind people about RPG1 and the different time horizons.
Thank you, Jan, for this clarification and help. Anthony, do you want to?
Yes, okay.
So are you good to Ada next then? Ada, do you want to step in?
No, I think my point was covered to say that it all depends on which entity you're looking at, because if you're dealing with sort of like a government, the Canadian model of financial and non-financial will make sense from Parliament and Ministry of Finance as they make the budgetary decision making and looking at it both from the short-term annual budget, but also the multi-year budgeting perspective around services that they're providing to the citizens. However, as IPSAS is not only used by governments and is currently a standard that a lot of international public organizations are adopting, then a more tailored alignment to IFRS and other international standards will speak to the wider profession. And then as a result, rather than making it mandatory, using more of an optional element, or maybe leverage the notes to the financial statements to capture a lot of the other information that is needed. People will struggle to compare organizations when you have a financial and non-financial mandated presentation to the financial statements. And I will agree with the UN colleagues, Adnan, on that point. It will be very difficult, especially for UN agencies and other international organizations. Over.
Thank you, Ada. Eileen, do you want to bring in David's comments?
I can bring in David's comment after because it's for question 2, but I do have 2 offline preferred approach votes, if you will, for Anthony from 2 of the other members. So one is just apology from Timothy, whose internet got really spotty and then he unfortunately had to drop off. But he did note that, as the economist in the room or on the CAG, his vote is for the financial and non-financial distinction because he found it was far clearer for decision-making purposes and that it also helps to facilitate the use of financial statements in the macro fiscal budgetary decisions that will overall support transparency as well. The second member comment I wanted to feed in for the overall vote, if you will, for the preferences is from Julie, who is a technical director at the Israeli Standard Setting Board. Her preference is for the current non-current approach. She noted that approach is in use at the moment and provides useful tools for the users to consider the entity's fiscal sustainability. It's comparable, and the users are mostly used to seeing the items described in this manner. However, she did note that there are some main differences when you think about current versus non-current, when you think in terms of assets versus liabilities, but also on the financial and non-financial side, where the characteristics on liquidity could also be quite different for assets versus liabilities. So all in all, she noted between those 2 approaches, there are challenges for sure, and there will be a struggle to ensure there is a proper tool in understanding long-term fiscal obligations of a public sector entity that meets its financial obligations on a yearly basis, and also funds some of the other obligations and transactions that they may have. So in light of those above comments, she had an overall preference. She considered current and non-current to be a better traditional approach, whereas financial and non-financial might actually be more useful outside of the financial statements.
Thank you, Eileen. So I guess we can now move on to the second question, Anthony.
Yes, thank you. And that feedback's extremely useful. We weren't setting this question up as a voting process, really to check our assumption. We had an assumption from what we were hearing, or a working assumption, that there wasn't one approach that was universally accepted. Because if everyone just said, okay, one approach, then that would be quite telling. So your feedback is very useful to support what we're already hearing, that there is a mixture of views here. So based on that, question 2 is about to what extent should the IPSASB allow flexibility for different approaches? Should we have one approach as a standard setter and to promote consistency and comparability, or should we allow for different approaches? And I feel like I'm hearing some noise about allowing for flexibility. I would be particularly interested if anyone has a very strong view that the IPSASB, you might not know how we're going to do it, but tell the IPSASB we should come up with one approach. If you feel strongly that we should go away and do that, I'll be interested in those views.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, Chair. I think flexibility is very important across these methods, because I think what I'm hearing from all of the discussions is that different perspectives and different entities and jurisdictions have a different position on it, and there are genuine reasons for using one method over another to assist users of the financial statements. I think, however, for comparability purposes, you've got to stay with that default approach that is consistent, and then by exception, utilise other methods where the entity's judgment is that it provides more clarity. So, you know, to me, I think the fundamental sitting under all of this is the liquidity risk associated with the entity, the default, you know, generally in government is that they're lower liquidity risk than others, and so there may be, you know, alternate governments or alternate jurisdictions where that may not be the case. So selecting one would be a question whether the liquidity risk is generally lower or higher across IPSAS users, as to whether you know, defaulted to current or defaulted to financial, non-financial as the basis, but allowing that flexibility for different jurisdictions with potentially different liquidity risks.
Thank you, Paul, and then Adnan.
Thank you, Chair. We also tended to support option B for more optionality, for more flexibility, but for different reasons for different people in different jurisdictions. So some people felt that public sector financial statements are underused. So if you have a more tailored approach, this may improve utilisation of these financial statements for at least some stakeholders or in some situations. Others were just practical. So the idea was that if you introduce some flexibility, the standard would be developed and agreed quicker. Other people see greater flexibility as relevant because they actually think that comparability is perhaps a bit overemphasized for many public sector bodies, where it can be, you know, for domestic public sector bodies, this can be dealt with at a national level. And then for a whole of government consolidated accounts, perhaps the users of those could interpret whatever information they've got in any event. And without wanting to denigrate the work that the IPSASB is doing on this at all, there was a bit of a feeling that this was perhaps a bit of a 20th century discussion. You know, we were almost discussing what should be on a paper set of accounts. And, you know, we've seen things in the private sector, in particular for filings for the SEC, and now for public interest entities in the European Union with IXBRL tagging. And I mean, you know, this is a technology that's late 20th century even. It's not what you'd call cutting edge now. But you know, if this information's tagged, then you can interpret it however you want to. So, so perhaps, you know, there could be a bit more ambition on this, and maybe IPSASB opening up the discussion with its, you know, with all its stakeholders as to whether it has a role to play in coming up with some sort of, you know, operable standard on EXBRL tagging, for instance. And you know, we've also had feedback that most OECD member countries have some sort of fiscal platform already with a search and generate capacity. It tends to be on the consolidated budget database rather than entity level, although we understand some countries actually have this at a lower entity levels. It was felt that, you know, having this sort of extra interrogability of databases or of tagging would actually make the financial statements more usable to a key, or more useful to a key jurisdiction, policymakers who probably wouldn't really care whether it's current versus non-current or financial versus non-financial, because they're often not interested in the financial statements anyway. And perhaps with tagging, you could then produce more detailed information, say, for instance, on the way that projects progress over a number of years that they may be interested in, and this would actually be more useful information for parliamentarians, for instance. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Before I go to Adnan, I have Jan step in, or Ross, whoever wants to go first.
Well, I just wanted to come in on the XBRL point because I think that's something where the drivers in the private sector are actually rather clearer than they are in the public sector. I mean, the reason for having IFRS has very much been driven by capital markets, and therefore it makes sense to put the amount of investment that the IFRS Foundation has into the XBRL taxonomy, and it has been a significant investment. I think, unfortunately, we don't live in that clear-cut environment in the public sector. I think, I've certainly looked at it from time to time and thought, well, if, for example, you had the ability to transform data directly into GFS data, then that would make some sense. But actually, unfortunately, we have two different variants on GFS. So that doesn't really help us. We have different budget boundaries, which are set by different jurisdictions. So there are a multiplicity of different uses of data in addition to bond markets and so on. So I just don't think that we should even entertain spending significant resources on setting up an XBRL taxonomy for the public sector when we're strapped, frankly, for resources for standard setting activities. So I think we just have to drop that one. I do understand, though, the point about the fact that, and I think this is one of the things I'd be interested to have a focus group with capital markets users on actually, are they really that bothered by the format? Because they may well just decide they'll pick the bits of information that they use, that's useful for their particular purposes. So therefore, actually, they may not be that bothered. But I do think really we should not go down the XBRL route until we've got, unless or until there's a much greater homogeneity of what users would require.
Thank you, Jan. Ross?
Yeah, and not dissimilar to Ian's point, I think regardless of whether you want to really report the financial information or do a traditional, more paper-based or PDF format, you still need a standard to follow. So public sector entities now could already use digital reporting if they want, but they'd still have to follow the structure. Whether they wanted to use a digital structure or paper structure doesn't change the fact to have standardization in how you label the items you'd put on your statement of financial position. So I still think we need to go through the process of figuring out what the new reporting standard is. And if jurisdictions want to present digitally and tag information, they have the ability to do that. There's nothing that precludes that in the IPSAS.
Thank you, Ross. I'll go to Adnan next, and then Eileen, and then Shia.
Chair, thank you very much. Letting me come back in again. I'm just looking at my notes from some of the comments I got back from the other agencies. There was actually on this question about whether it was A or B. Some of the comments I got back was, can we have an option which is the preferred methodology is the current approach? And like we have for liquidity, that you would then be able to choose financial, non-financial. The comments I got around that was where we get choice, at least for the UN agency side, we have real problems with the Board of Auditors and others who then say, well, you should flip between one or the other because it lets you choose. And we find our auditors, unlike some others, decide that they want to change every time we rotate in and out, which causes us problems. So we would like maybe a preferred approach being the current, non-current, with an option, if necessary, to use any of the other methods, including the auto liquidity approach, which in some cases would work with some of our agencies who are 100% extra budgetary funded to significant amounts. So that would be our approach on the second question. Thank you.
Thank you, Adnan. So I said Eileen next for some comments offline.
Thank you, Chair. Two sets of comments offline to add to the conversation. So the first from Jeffrey, he did prefer option A, and he noted that if there were entities having specific needs, they can always be encouraged to provide supplementary information in a form that they find more appropriate and suitably reconciled to the main statements. The comment from Julie was overall to support flexibility, providing flexibility and choosing the preferred approach. And that was really just to acknowledge that there is a very broad spectrum of international use of IPSAS. One thing she did want to flag as well is just to take into account consolidation considerations as well. There are some unique financial statement presentation techniques for public sector and government entities, which can, of course, expose some of the difficulties on consolidating financial reports. The last thing to note was from David, who had some internet issues as well, but he actually had some questions for Anthony, which I don't know if there is time to address in the session today or perhaps to give him a response after. He had two questions. How will the benefits of the new IPSAS on the presentation of financial statements be measured? And are there plans to define specific performance metrics to assess the benefits of the new standard, such as user satisfaction surveys, the accuracy and completeness of financial disclosures, and the timeliness of financial reporting? Thank you.
Thank you, Aileen. Do you want to say something like that? No, not yet. Okay.
I'll come back to him later.
Okay. So I go to Sheila next.
Thank you. I'm always thinking of the largest and most affected stakeholders, which are the citizens, and whether information is useful for them. And most of them are not sophisticated accountants like us or economic people. So to provide them with something that is not, quote, the traditional way or what they're used to seeing, I would hesitate to provide them with something else they have to try to figure out what in the heck is going on. Also, researchers who are trying to compare government's financial conditions or performances, if we have different approaches as far as the flexibility issue, then it makes that research different. And then in discussion with, should the XBRL discussion, which at Truth in Accounting we're very involved in the US, the Financial Data Transparency Act was passed by the US Congress that requires state and local governments who issue bonds to issue their data in machine readable format in the near future. So we're very involved, intimately involved in tagging the data. So despite whether you guys go down that road or want to be involved in it, it would be very useful if, in the future, a government or a country decides to have their data machine readable, it would be useful to tag it in a format that, and tagging, as one of the other commentators pointed out, was if you tagged it, okay, this is a current asset and it's also a financial asset or a non-financial asset, then once it's tagged and that it's in that bucket, then people could analyze it any way they want to. You wouldn't have to be necessitate looking at a financial statement to tag it, or I mean to determine look at the data. You could just pick out certain data points. Okay, here are all the financial data points, and I'm going to use those, or here are the current data points that I'm using, current date assets, and they would just pick those without even looking at the whole financial statement.
Thank you, Sheila. I guess on a personal note with the XBRL and tagging things, personally, I would be maybe concerned about comparability, because if everybody picks up every data available in the open and then explain whatever they want with those data without having a structure or a framework on reading those data and putting them together, I mean, that may be an issue. That's just a personal note. I see there aren't any other comments. So do you want to step in at that point, or I can just add from my viewpoint and from my experience in France? a financial, non-financial approach provides an understanding of public service-related assets and liabilities, as well as the financing of the entity to provide the public service it's set to provide. So it shows whether today's level of public service delivery is financially sustainable in the long term. So I would be in the camp of flexibility, definitely. Do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, just really a closing comment. I think we're,
Okay.
yeah. So yeah, thanks very much for the feedback. Many of their comments have been extremely useful for confirming current understanding, and you provided many other comments that are only going to enrich the IPSASB discussion on Thursday. So I'm looking forward to that. But thank you very much for your feedback. And if anyone wants to carry on the discussion, I'm happy to do so over a drink tonight.
Well, thank you very much, Antonella and Anthony, for the very good presentation, and thank you all for your comments. So before we head to the natural resources project next, I suggest we all take a break, and the last break for today, and that's an opportunity for you to refresh. So go ahead and come back here at 3:20, please. Okay. Thank you all for getting back to at the table. So I'm now opening the last session of today's meeting, and we're going to discuss the natural resources project. So Edwin, over to you.
Thank you, Fabienne. So I'm going to be walking through basically the examples and the implementation guidance that we plan to draft for the Natural Resources ED today. Before I get to that, though, I would like to summarize the project to date. Okay, if I can get the slide going. Oh, there you go. Hey, so this is not the first time I've talked about this project at the CAG. We've actually been talking about this way back when we were developing the CP. So just in terms of an update of where we are now. So back in March, we made a whole bunch of decisions that fed into the core text of the ED. So I've listed those in the bottom left box on this slide. And the areas that are bolded are the areas where we've discussed the topics with the CAG before. So if you recall from December, we've had a very long and spirited discussion about the location of guidance, i.e. whether this natural resources guidance should be a standalone IPSAS or broken up and put into other existing IPSAS. And we've ultimately decided, or the IPSASB has ultimately decided that it should be in its standalone ED and then standard when it's finalized. We've also talked to the CAG before about definitions. And rewinding a bit, when we were developing the CP, we actually had a very long discussion about the description of natural resources. And I think that was back in 2020. And also in terms of recognition, we've talked about that with the CAG back in the CP stage in 2020, as well as in the ED stage as well. So what's left to do now is really at this meeting on Thursday, the IPSASB is going to review the core text and the authoritative guidance, and also the basis for conclusions. And then we're going to discuss the topics that we wanted to talk about in the ED in the implementation guidance and illustrative examples. So that last piece is what we're talking about at this CAG meeting. And we wanted to get the CAG's input on whether we're going down the right path in terms of non-authoritative guidance. Okay, so before I get into the actual meat of the paper, this is just a reminder slide, although I don't know if the CAG has went through this explicitly before. So this is, we call this the cascade in terms of developing authoritative and non-authoritative guidance. And we use this process when we were creating examples and implementation guidance for the revenue and transfer expenses standards. So what this is really meant to say is in an exposure draft or in a final IPSAS, we start off with the core principles, and those are located in the core text, and obviously it's authoritative. If we need to explain how those principles are applied in practice, then we have application guidance. So those are the AG paragraphs in the exposure draft. And then moving on to the right side, that's the non-authoritative guidance. So the first step is looking at implementation guidance. So that's really looking at guidance for common implementation challenges. And the guidance is set up like a question and answer. So narrative form, not really focusing on the numbers, but really explaining in plain words like how these are to be applied. And the last box is illustrative examples. And those are situations where we think going through the actual numbers would help constituents. So a lot of times for, let's just say revenue, we might have an example where we walk through a contract and then look at how the revenue is recognized over time. For natural resources, though, as you can see, because a lot of the principles we're proposing are really relying on what was done for PP&E and existing IPSAS, we don't really have a lot of illustrative examples. The one exception that I would highlight is for transition, we are proposing an example because that's really walking through the mechanics of the proposals rather than having a principle that we're trying to explain. One last thing that I would like to highlight is for illustrative examples, they tend to be very simple because we want to just illustrate one or two key examples. So rarely will we ever have like a cradle to grave type of example where we walk through every step in an accounting cycle. Okay, so this table walks through the proposed topics that we want to draft for implementation guidance and illustrative examples. The details are in Appendix A of the paper, or sorry, Appendix 1. And also, I've explained in paragraph 11 of the paper the reasons behind why we're developing the IGs or the IEs. Now, as explained before, because of the cascade approach, a lot of the guidance, a lot of the non-authoritative guidance is really just implementation guidance. And we don't have that many illustrative examples. And again, that's largely because in terms of applying the mechanics of the principles that we're proposing, a lot of it is very familiar and depend or rely a lot on how accounting was done for PP&E. So we didn't really feel like there was a great need to have a lot of numerical examples here. So I wasn't going to walk through each example one by one because the first question for the CAG was going to ask whether these are sufficient or if you have comments on them. But one offline comment that I've received multiple times was for the illustrative examples for scope. The example seems to be focusing on what is not within scope of the standard. And I just want to explain that the way we've scoped the standard right now, or scoped the ED right now, is that we've defined what a natural resources is. And then the standard says, if you have a natural resource that isn't already accounted for under an existing IPSAS, then you would come to this ED. So in effect, it's a residual standard. That's why in the example, rather than saying, okay, if you have an item that meets these criteria, you're in scope. It's more so if you have an item that meets these criteria and it's not within the scope of this standard, or sorry, not within the scope of another standard, such as PP&E, inventory, etc., then you would fall back into the standard. So that's why it's a bit convoluted, but the example is meant to follow that scoping approach. So the first question for the CAG is really, do you have any comments on the examples or illustrative, implementation guidance that we've proposed and whether you think they're adequate? And to that, I'll just open the floor and receive your comments.
Thank you, Edwin. So who wants to go first on that first question? Ram?
Thanks, Chair. Natural resource accounting is covered under the Sustainable Development Goals also, the UN mandated 2015, in which they have sort of said that certain targets have to be met by 2030. And one of the target is preparation of the natural resource accounts. And they've given certain flexibility to the countries that what they are going to prioritize. So every country has to select. But they talk about a particular framework, which is called the United Nations Framework Classification. Because any natural resource which you sort of try to make an account, first thing is the uniform classification of it. Because within a certain resource also, there are different varieties or the qualities which are involved. So the information has to be captured in a uniform manner according to that classification. Then only you will be in a position to make a natural resource account for the country as a whole. So what have you done in that? I would like to know.
Thank you, Ram. Do you want to answer?
Yeah, so for this project, we're really focused on the financial reporting under IPSAS. So I don't think we would, well, it sounds like what you're talking about is more for statistics, if I understand correctly. So there will be a lot of differences or based on our proposals anyway. So it's not going to be a one-to-one mapping. In fact, a lot of how we're actually defining natural resource is quite different than what the UN has done. So I would say this is more like a first starting point for accounting under IPSAS for natural resources, and there will be differences expected at this stage.
Thank you, Edwin. Agnieszka, your turn.
Thank you, Chair. I looked through the document and I was wondering whether the implementation guidance referring to conservation could be developed, because it seems to me that the issue of natural assets held for conservation would be the major part of this ED, because if it's used for other purposes, usually you end up in a different standard. So this seems to be a major issue, and I was trying to find in an exposure draft and in application guidance some more text on how actually the economic benefits and service potential is realized in case of natural asset held for conservation. And I might be mistaken, but I haven't found such a passage. It's like you discuss economic benefits and service potential with reference to all natural assets. And you also discuss holding the asset for conservation, but you're not very specific on this issue. What's the example of actually economic benefits and service potential in case of natural assets held for conservation? That's one issue. And the other issue, which is also connected with that, I wanted to ask you to consider whether some discussion on whether an asset held for conservation is actually a natural asset or a heritage asset would be also beneficial, because in application guidance number 7, you're saying that this is possible, that it can be an issue, yes, whether that's a heritage asset or a natural asset, but there is no more discussion on that. So that were issues that I would see more guidance if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnieszka. Anybody else? Then I'll turn to Eileen to read Geoffrey's comments. Thank you, Eileen.
Thank you, Chair. So the comment from Geoffrey goes a little bit of what Edwin had noted in his earlier commentary as part of his presentation. So Geoffrey noted that his impression is the guidance at the moment is more about what natural resources are not rather than what they are. But he did acknowledge that he's, quote unquote, a long way from being subject matter expert on that. But he wanted to share his thought. Thank you.
Well, I guess I would echo Geoffrey's comments, actually. Okay, so I guess that's it for the first question. So do you want to go ahead with the second one, Edwin?
Okay, so the second question is whether the examples and the implementation guidance reflect the principles that are being developed in the exposure draft, and more importantly, are they practical?
Thank you. Any thoughts on that second question? Okay, so I guess no questions online. See that? Okay, no more from Geoffrey. The third question then is going to be a straightforward session.
This is going to be a very fast session, but third question, would you suggest any other implementation guidance or illustrative examples that we should add to the ED?
I guess you could answer that question.
It seems I have already answered the third question. Sorry about that.
That's okay, Agnieszka. Ram?
Just a small one, perhaps you could qualify. Is spectrum a natural resource?
So we've debated this before during the CP stage and also internally amongst the staff as well. And where we've landed is that when you're looking at the electromagnetic spectrum, you're not actually using the spectrum itself. And it's more so you're gaining economic benefits and service potential from the licenses that you develop from the spectrum. So we thought that it would be more appropriate to address those issues as part of the intangible project if we get to that. For these natural resources, we actually qualify in the ED now that we're only dealing with tangible natural resources, so that would not be in scope.
Thank you for that answer. I'll go to Lena first and then Kate.
Thank you, Edwin. I wasn't sure quite actually where my comments fit into all of your questions 1, 2, and 3, so I may be all over the place a little bit. And maybe the theme of my comments are a bit more about for staff to think about where you might want to add other IGs or IEs because of terminology that I picked up. So the first one showed up in illustrative example 1, the parkland illustration. And the point I wanted to make related to this example was the primarily intended for use aspect. So I think this might come up in multiple areas, but in this example, I'm thinking about a park, and maybe I'm thinking about here in Canada where we have public sector entities that are at the federal level, where the entity, as part of its mandate, is to maintain the park for the benefit of future generations. So you could argue that is the primarily intended use. But at the same time, these parks are open and available for current enjoyment by the public. So I'm thinking about that in the context of multi-purpose use asset. And so while this concept is introduced in I think the ED, I'm wondering if you would want to add some specific guidance around it, because I wouldn't want it to be only introduced maybe in the illustrative example. It probably deserves a bit more wholesome thought into the standard itself. So kind of leave that with you to think about. The other definition maybe I might want to explore a bit more is in the implementation guidance 2. Under point B, it talks about make use of. And I kind of paused it when I read that, and I was wondering if the interpretation might be geared towards an economic purpose versus something else. I'm not sure. So I kind of left that with a ... The other terminology in implementation guidance number 4, I wondered if it might be helpful to expand point B, what is meant by readily quantifiable. So I thought, is that in the amount or the quality, and considering maybe including in that example why that is important to consider. And then my last point probably shows up in multiple places in the ED, but I saw it in implementation guidance number 6 under conservation. It talked about human activity. And again, it was something where I was thinking about the terminology. It seems a bit broad and maybe is an area that deserves a little bit of defining or refinement. And moreover, just thinking that some natural resources may be held for conservation outside of the influence or interference from human activity, like ecosystems, and how that would all kind of fit into that example. And I think I agree that conservation is just at the core of the standard, so probably deserves perhaps expansion in either guidance or examples that right now is not there. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena, for your comment. Kate?
Firstly, I think IPSASB offering IG or IE is a very good approach to help the users to understand and use standards. I have a very short question about this. I believe more implementation guidance or illustration creative examples maybe needed, especially for assets with multiple uses. For example, in some protected areas, water resources can be sold as natural mineral water. So public entities need more guidance on how to account for this kind of assets with multiple uses. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Any other comments? Can't see anybody online. Okay, then, Edwin, do you have all you need?
Yep, that was a good session.
That was a quick one.
Yeah, so
Efficient. So
yes, so I would like to thank all the CAG members for your input. This was very useful, especially the conservation point, because as you can see, we were originally going to add something there, but we ended up taking it out. So I think this would steer us to think about adding it back in. Thanks.
okay, thank you, Edwin. Well, still a lot of things to take away for the board's discussion during the week. Okay, then. So I guess now is the time to draw a conclusion to that meeting today. Thank you for attending the various sessions and for providing very good quality comments and feedback to the staff and to the IPSASB for their meeting over the rest of the week. So I believe we've covered a lot of grounds today. So thank you again for your comments. So thank you also to staff for their support and for the very good papers as always. And I bring in Ross for the social event today. So he's going to provide more information on where we're going, what time and everything.
Yes, so as always,